this case, China. Because China is becoming increasingly an economic power in the world. Yeah, that's hard to deny. Yes, it's true. And it's the most likely scenario, perhaps, if we were to witness something like this, is going to be a Chinese based system. There's the prospect of like a split in what is the driving currency for the world. It's possible, but I don't think it's sustainable. And then money needs to be one. And that's the kind of thing that I argue about the Senate. So we could see this emerge based on whatever you want. And, likely, I mean, Russia is obviously going to hurt economically from what happened, from the confiscation of the reserves and from the sanctions. So it's not going to be in a position, and of course, because it's outside of the US-based system, it's not in the strongest negotiating position with the Chinese, so the Chinese might be able to get them to join their yuan-based system. But I don't think that's sustainable in the long run because these governments can issue their laws and make their designs and make their monetary system, but ultimately, there are billions of Chinese people and billions of dollar-based people, and they're going to want to trade with them. And the power to want to trade with one another is too strong. But we can't just split the world economy into two monetary systems which don't trade with one another. So then we're going to trade with one another. Or the dark possibility is if the inability to trade, as opposed to being a forcing function for trade, it become an enforcing function for conflict in cyberspace and potentially hot war. Yes, this is the scary part. And this is basically how World War II happened, because there's an old historian who used to say when conflicts in the land very important different standards. If nukes don't cross borders, then conflicts will. If people trade with one another, they have an incentive for each other's well-being, and then they have less of an incentive to fight. And it was this death of global trade in the 1930s because of the failure of the fiat system that brought about the rise of the populism and the rise of all those leaders for hating each other and how finance the war and about. So that is the scary possibility. And of course, we can't discount that with all the escalation that you see, there is a possibility of turning to real war. But then, even so, I think ultimately, you can't fight wars forever. There's going to be some point. And we're going to be back at square one, we're going to be back at the same dilemma. Who's going to have the global monetary system? And so one alternative is that what the Chinese and Russians could do is they could base it on commodities. So a lot of people are now saying, well, they're going to base it on copper and corn, and agricultural commodities. And that's the analysis of sustainability that we discussed in the Lisbon Standard and the Fiat Standard. I don't think that's good. If you end up basing the monetary system on copper, as you said earlier, doesn't matter how much you say that you're going to make a new monetary system based on copper grains and nickel, iron, and so on. Doesn't matter. You're just going to stockpile. You're going to have to stockpile those things in order to make a market from them. And if you stockpile those things, you're just raising their value, inviting producers to make more for the market. I hope they don't try this because it's going to be a devastating impact on the world economy. You're going to have central banks bidding up the price of essential commodities that people need for real uses in order to back their currencies with them, and then just incentivizing the producers to make more and more and then bringing the price back down. So it's going to be a very expensive mistake where we raise the price of copper, destroy a lot of industries, it's not just copper, but also food, and then increase the supply beyond what we need. And the end result is copper miners make out well, governments will grow, and we end up with a lot of rusting copper in government warehouses. That's why I don't think it works for the to use commodities that are not monetary commodities. Then the question is maybe can we go back at another gold standard? And I mean, Russia seems to have done that. I'm not so sure. It's very difficult to get reliable information. I'm trying to look into this more. But they seem to have said that they're fixing the price of gold in route. So they will buy and sell gold at a fixed due date, which effectively means around a month. Now, I'm not sure how serious this is and how they've managed to stick to it, but it seems to have stabilized the route and brought it back to its pre-war level, which I found absolutely astonishing, considering all sense. But in the short run, it's obviously much better than having currency compared to nothing. But in the long run, I also don't think that is going to cut it in the 21st century. Do you think there's any chance they go full gangster move and go into the digital space of blockchain or Bitcoin? I think the point of this discussion is that we run through all these other options. A Chinese-based system might probably won't work. Commodity-based system might won't work. A gold-based system might won't work. I think they might have to go this the long way, the hard way. But eventually, I don't see them do it now. But eventually, I think the winning move is going to be a Bitcoin-based monetary system. But I don't know if everything is going to be a hard way. I'd love it not to be, but it doesn't look like there's any kind of desire in China or in Russia to switch to Bitcoin based systems. So unfortunately, I think we're going to go through a few years, maybe many years, learning the lesson of trying to accumulate these commodities and seeing the limitations that make them unsuitable as money. So one of the things that really concerns a lot of this potentially is not the increasing amount of havens and the increasing amount of power surges between which Kate is making a regular appearance, and that's because the weapons of war are becoming more powerful as they have been in the many decades. I'm really concerned about nuclear war. So let's see if Bitcoin can fix this. Yes, Bitcoin fixes all of this. First rule of Bitcoin is if it's a problem, Bitcoin fixes it. Well, I have some personal questions for Bitcoin because my life's pretty fucked up, so I think it's actually could possibly happen like you. Sure. Let's return to the basics. What is Bitcoin? We started with what is money, what is Bitcoin? We talked about hard money, inflation, fiat, the history of money, the history of war in the 20th century, and that is into the 21st century. What is Bitcoin? Bitcoin is a software. It's a distributed software to operate a peer-to-peer network between members who are all equal in the network, they're all peers. And what this software does is that it allows you to operate a payment network between those peers, and the payment network has its own currency. And that seems like just a simple software. But the reason this is such a big deal is I believe Bitcoin is the most advanced form of money ever invented. And the reason for that comes from two properties that this network has. The first one is that the currency is the hardest money ever invented. It's the money whose supply is the most resistant to inflation. It's the first monetary asset that we've ever invented that is guaranteed to be fixed in its supply. It cannot increase beyond a certain number. So there's only ever going to be 21 million Bitcoins. And that's a qualitative leap forward in our technologies of money. All of our monies leak essentially because people can always make more and more and more. And the best money is the one that leads to these, which is gold, because it only 1.5%. In other words, your share of the gold stock is diluted by 1.5% every year. Ideally, like it to be easy. Bitcoin is currently around 1.8%, headed towards zero. So it's the first money that we've ever had that goes to zero in terms of terminal supply. So there will never be more than 21 million. And I think that's a huge deal because, as I said earlier, money is always whatever is the hardest to make, and now Bitcoin is the hardest thing to make. And then the second property, which is extremely important as well, is the fact that it operates without the need to trust in anybody. It doesn't have a party that is in charge of it. It doesn't have a central authority that can, it's, as I said, it's peer-to-peer. So it only has users. It doesn't have any assets. There's no authority in charge of Bitcoin that can take your Bitcoin, that can stop you from using Bitcoin, that can change the rules. They can't make more. So it's fixed. It's available for anybody in the world. It's the hardest money ever invented. And it is absolutely, I think, an enormously significant invention. Because if you read the fiat standards, and it's a Bitcoin standard as well, you'll see my perspective for why I think a very large number of problems in the world are caused by easy money, are caused by inflation, and caused by government having access to essentially an infinite recourse to people's wealth. And I think Bitcoin fixes this because it allows us to have money that has the stability of gold across time, meaning it holds its value across time, like gold, but much better than gold. But also, it is similar to fiat in that fiat can travel quickly, but Bitcoin can travel even faster than fiat. So it combines gold stability across time with fiat stability across space in one immutable package that nobody can change and nobody can control.
Can you define what stability?
Stability is the essential property of money. It's the ability of a good to be sold easily on the market, specifically to be sold without much loss in its value. So houses are great for living in, but they're not very stable. If you want to sell a house, you can't just click a button and sell a house. You have a giant market of people buying houses for you. You need to find somebody who wants the exact house that you have with the exact specifications that you have. And because houses are not identical, there's no liquid giant market for people to just buy and sell identical houses from. Gold, for instance, has good stability as money because it's a liquid good, it's uniform, and people are always buying it. Fiat dollars have great stability because everybody's always buying and exchanging dollars for other goods. So if you have $100 bill, you can easily get rid of it, and you'll get $100 worth of stuff. If you have $100 worth of stuff, it's harder to get rid of it. If you have $100 worth of phone, it's not as easy to spend it as $100 bill. That's it.
What do you mean that Bitcoin? I understand that Bitcoin is associated with gold across time.
Better,
better. Yes, it's like underwater or whatever. And then has the stability of fiat across space. What does that mean?
So if you remember when you asked me what is the advantage of fiat, what is advantage of offers us, it's cheaper to move fiat across space than it is to move gold. With the current fiat monetary system, for all its flaws, you can send money. I can send money from my bank account in the US to a bank account in China in a couple of days, or in Britain, in France, in a day or two, which is much faster than you could do with gold and much cheaper than you could do with gold. But in reality, with fiat, the reason Bitcoin improves on that is that with Bitcoin you're actually you're sending final settlement in a couple of hours. So you send the Bitcoin transaction, you get 6 confirmations in an hour, you get about 12 confirmations in 2 hours on average. With 12 confirmations, you're pretty definitely clearly safe on this. So within a couple of hours, you can send $1 billion across the ocean and have final settlement on it. It's not just that you've sent a credit obligation that's going to need weeks and months to settle, which is the case with fiat. So it is faster than fiat, effectively. So it's harder than gold and faster than fiat. It's good, great.
One other aspect of Bitcoin I have to ask, to me, on the human level, it's fascinating, is it was founded by Satoshi Nakamoto, and then it was founded as a leader. So it's another aspect of the decentralization of the universe.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, it's not ironic.
Unfortunately,
yes. Who is Satoshi Nakamoto, do you think? And first of all, is it you?
it definitely is not me. I don't know who it is.
If it was, would you tell me?
Trick question. Yeah, trick question. But I mean, everybody knows I can't read the code, so you would say that even if you could.
Well, do you think it's one person that needs multiple people? Is it interesting to you? Do you think it's fundamental to Bitcoin itself to not Bitcoin the entire idea, the concept that its founders and animals, and how much guts do you think it takes if it's one person to just walk away from so much money?
I've considered all these questions many times. It's very hard to formulate a definitive answer to all of them. I don't know who it is. I don't know why he or them, she, are not spending the coins that they most likely have. I think what really matters in Bitcoin about Satoshi is the fact that he's not there. And this is what's truly astonishing about it. The most important fact in Bitcoin is the fact that the creator has disappeared and the thing has continued to operate now for almost 12 years without him being there. 11 years it's been since he's left. And this is really the most important thing. And maybe he died or she died or they got into an accident on a road trip or whatever, and that's why they have access to their coins. Maybe they're incapacitated for some reason. But whatever reason it is, I really think it's fate or serendipity that is giving us this very vital, very vital building ingredient in Bitcoin, which no other digital currency would ever recreate, which is that, because it was the first, it was the one that was able to establish the first mover advantage and get all the people who are interested in the technology to get into it. And so that's an enormous advantage. But the cherry on top of what made the whole thing really function well is the fact that the guy who made it disappeared and let it continue to happen, which is just a clear illustration that this is a network with no patterns. And I'm tempted to think that they're incapacitated in some way, probably dead or gone, because I can't believe the I don't believe any human being would have this level of self-control to not not want to meddle with their invention so much. Um, even if they might have had the self-control to like mine the first million coins to get the network going and then throw away the coins or send them to an address that they don't have the key to, because they really just want the network to take off. They may have no access to the coins, and that's why they can't move. And I could see that happening. But I find it harder to believe that they would resist the temptation to mess with the network. It's funny that the founders of ideas are often principled and have the integrity that the eventual users of those ideas uh, don't fully have. I tend to, we have a kind of cynical view, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And we tend to, in our mind, generalize that all humans are corruptible. And perhaps that's true to some degree, but I think that some people are more corruptible than others. And I find that there is, I would like to think that Satoshi Nakamoto is out there, and just like George Washington chose to walk away. And it's a principle, and the principle is more powerful than the financial reward or any of those kinds of things. It's a principle that stands for freedom. There's a lot of people throughout history, even recent history, that are willing to die for these principles or live a life full of suffering and sacrifice because they're still living life a principle of choosing that day after day after day. So, and there's power to that. Money, let's do it for money. In terms of just personal financial gain versus knowing how much positive impact there is. So the person that chooses to walk away like that, I think is the same kind of person that chooses to live by that. You have people like that, Junior Deuce McCrum and mathematics who turned on the field to battle because it's a matter of $50 billion with Bitcoin. Well, I know, I'm joking. Well, that's actually an interesting, just a brief comment. When people talk about Bitcoin and in the cryptocurrency space, it's often mixed up financial interest and ideas. And I think those are often correlated, but that good feeling you get when you win or your number go up, or you're just somebody, I found $20 on the street the other day, and just that feeling, just like, ooh, like more money, that positive feeling, that's correlated, but it is distinct from the power of the idea to change the world, for the better, to alleviate, like Alex Glass in the case of Bitcoin, they decrease the amount of suffering in the world because of authoritarian regimes. And just because your number goes up, like that gambling feeling of like, yes, this is good. Short-term number go up. There's a long-term number go up, that's more like investment and so on. And there's a short-term number go up, just a good feeling that you have to, in your mind, keep those distinct from the power of the idea to transform the world. And if you focus on the power of the idea, maybe a billion or billions of dollars don't matter as much. At least that's what I'd like to believe. Perhaps, but what matters ultimately is that the thing works without. The things worked for 11 years without. And I think this is the really important thing. If they had stuck around for whatever reason, and they have continued to meddle with it. It's not clear to me how decentralized it could have been. This is the problem with the other currencies. It's like, how do you uh, lose control of the Frankenstein that you create? The only way that this Frankenstein continues to survive is if the person in charge of it continues to feed it, and so it continues to be yours. And that's the problem with all the other digital currencies. If you've heard about any of the other 16,000 digital currencies out there, you've only heard about it because there's a small group of people behind it that are working on it, that are promoting it. And that's why I think Michael Saylor's discussion with you was a magnificent illustration of the difference between Bitcoin and altcoins in that they are security. I think he makes a very compelling, brilliant case for why this is makes them categorically different from Bitcoin. Bitcoin, you're buying property.
I think he mentioned he's a huge fan of Dogecoin, but I might be misremembering.
You are misremembering.
Maybe I'm putting in a lot of context.
Yeah.
Okay. When we just asking about some possible criticism of Bitcoin, so on centralization, so is a criticism on the mining and node side, or the node is not really the criticism, but Bitcoin mining is not fully decentralized because a small number of miners control a majority of the hashing power. I looked it up, there's 10,000, 15,000, whatever the number is, of computers that are full nodes that have that are actively connected to the network. So you could argue that's decentralized because it's global all across the world. But the miners, they're still, it's more centralized. So if you're thinking of making a case for Bitcoin being decentralized, do you worry about the miners being somewhat centralized? Is the node the important thing to think about?
Yeah,
And what number of nodes counts as centralized in that?
the nodes are what matters because the nodes are what determines Bitcoin's consensus ground. I think the best way to think about it is that miners simply sell a commodity to the nodes, and that commodity is Bitcoin blocks. So what a miner does is they solve the proof of work problem, so they keep operating their computers until they can get a solution to the problem, and then they attach that to a bunch of transactions and present it to the nodes for the nodes to ratify and approve. So therefore, I strongly recommend people learning about the 2017 block size work to understand why miners don't control Bitcoin. I discussed this briefly in my Bitcoin Standard, but there's a recent book that discusses this in detail called The Block Size War by Jonathan Beer. It's a great description of, in 2017, essentially the miners thought that they could control Bitcoin. There was one mining company that produced the majority of the machines that were on the network, and they and their allies had control of the machines that were out there, and they controlled the majority of the hash rate, and they thought they could change Bitcoin's sorry, they could change Bitcoin's block size, which is a tiny little detail, technical parameter. It's not even all that big of a deal for the economics of it. But they thought that they could pass this change, they could force this change on the network. And the members of the network rejected it, and they weren't able to do it. So the nodes are what is sought. The nodes are what determine the rules of the game. The miners are a service provider. The miners invest capital up front. They buy the machines, they buy the electricity, they buy the storage, they buy the locations, they pay the rent, and they invest all of that money based on the idea that if they behave according to what the nodes want, the nodes will reward them with Bitcoin. So the miners are in no position to dictate terms for anyone. They put up their capital up front, and they will only recoup it if they do what the nodes want. So therefore, what really matters is the decentralization of nodes. You want to have as many nodes as possible. You want to have a system where there's a large number of nodes, and this is of course the biggest problem with other digital currencies is that because basically Bitcoin has cornered the market on a digital currency, the only way that you can really get traction is to generate a whole bunch of buzzwords about we're doing this and we're doing that, bells and whistles and buzzwords, and that means adding computational load, which makes the nodes bigger, harder to operate, and therefore we have very small number of nodes. In fact, very few digital currencies are keen to publicize how many nodes there are, and they don't have full nodes in the true sense, and it doesn't even matter how many nodes they have because um, de facto, you can spin up a million nodes tomorrow on AWS. Um, doesn't really matter. What matters is de facto do the nodes dictate the rules of consensus. And the fact that with most digital currencies you can have hard forks very frequently and they can change the supply all the time means that there's a small group of people that agree amongst themselves how to move forward.
Yeah, so you threw in a few criticisms for altcoins there. So one is the small group. That one we could talk about. It's a tricky one. We talked about that with Satoshi Nakamoto. But the other one is small number of nodes. So to push back on that, as computational power increases, you can argue that that enables more and more cheap computers to serve as nodes. So we see paints future when nodes are always increasing because computational power is always increasing and getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So at least there's a hope for the future for greater and greater decentralization on the node front.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately, again, it doesn't really matter how many nodes you have. If you have if the way the currency is run is that you're going to have a hard fork every few months, which is the case with most other currencies. Bitcoin is the only one that does not have a hard fork. Basically, the unique thing about Bitcoin, in an effective sense, is that you could get the original software that Satoshi himself ran in 2009 to start the network, and you could run it today, and it would sync to the block. There's one bug you need to fix, one mistake that would have only appeared, I think, around 2013 or 14 or something like that, so that he wasn't aware of back then. So you just need to fix this one thing in your bug, and then the consensus parameters is still the same, so you're able to sync to it. This is not true for most other digital currencies. I'd say probably all of them, because they've all had many hard forks, which they think of as upgrades. They market this thing as, well, Bitcoin can't upgrade, but we upgrade all the time. But yeah, you know what else upgrades all the time? Facebook, Apple, Amazon. Anything that's centralized is very easy to upgrade. And that's precisely why, as Michael Saylor says, these things are somebody's liability. They're security. You're carrying on somebody's technical and economic liability. They can hard fork, they can 10x the supply tomorrow.
Yeah. They can fall victim to the same corrupting forces that governments fall victim to. Sure, and for people that don't know, yeah, hard fork is a reverse incompatible change to the underlying function of a cryptocurrency. Of course, there is hard forks of Bitcoin as well. I'm sure I'm going to reach you up. Anyway, but that doesn't matter. The original Bitcoin, for the most part, has not undergone any changes, and that's one of the.
I mean, it has undergone changes, but none in the important parameters of the network.
So another criticism is about energy.
Mm-hmm.
So the proof of work, the consensus mechanism uses a lot of energy. What's the response to that?
Yes, because it's worth it. Okay, the airplane uses a lot more energy than a kayak. When you're going to cross the Atlantic next time, what are you going to take? A kayak that is environmentally friendly according to the same definition, or are you going to take an airplane that consumes a lot of energy?
So the cost benefit analysis, essentially you have to consider both the cost and the benefit.
Exactly, and I think it's an astonishing testament to just how far backward people's scientific and technological thinking has devolved to the point where we think of energy consumption as a bad thing. It's just, in Fiat time, I discussed his theory around energy, and I think it's a product of Fiat inflation, because it's a way of trying to covering up the fact that energies, fuels that are reliable and necessary for the current world are becoming more and more expensive because of inflation. And so governments are always looking for excuses for why you should not be using those things. And so they promote all kinds of stupid pseudosciences that tell you about why these things are bad. But really, all technology is, well, not all, but the vast majority of technological innovations involve economizing on human time and judgment and replacing it with machines, with reliable machines that spend a lot of energy. So that's what a telephone does. Instead of having to send somebody across the world to tell somebody something else or send a letter, the telephone allows you to do it. Cars like that. car consumes a lot more energy, that allows you to travel much faster and safer and more reliably. The airplane is like that. Modern telecommunication, human prosperity is an increase in the consumption of energy. And I think it is an absolutely criminal thing. I mean, genuinely being the word criminal to portray energy consumption as a bad thing, because it is truly depriving people the chance to live a life that makes life better. It's truly criminal to tell poor countries that they should not consume the same energy sources that are being used in rich countries, on which our modern infrastructure, our modern life relies. That's what life is. If you reduce the consumption of energy in the US to the levels that you have in poor countries today, the US would become desperate. A lot of people would die. Cities would collapse.
The quality of life is decreasing. A high quality of life often requires, given the current technology, high expenditure of energy.
Yeah, and it should be clear, it's not the quality of life in the sense. Many people think of this as, oh yeah, well, taking needless flights or vacations. No, these are the cherries on top of the cake. The substance of the cake and the real benefits of energy is the fact that children, so premature babies, survive in countries that have reliable 24-hour cheap electricity. If your child is born premature, they put it in an incubator, put them in an incubator on Earth, they're highly likely to survive. If you don't have 24-hour electricity, that child is not going to make it. And you see it, the level of energy consumption per capita is highly correlated, not just to income, but also to health outcomes, to infant mortality, to all of the things that you care about. And Bitcoin is just another technology. It does consume a lot more energy than central banks. A lot of Bitcoiners like to take a cop out of this by saying, well, central banks consume money and ATMs consume a lot of energy. And I think if you calculate how much central banks and banks consume, I think it's around next to what Bitcoin consumes. I think Bitcoin is just maybe not around the error, but it's still, Bitcoin I think is going to consume a lot more, and that's a good thing.
What's humbling is to look, because even just looking into this forces me to look at the energy intelligence for many of the things we take for granted. Obviously, computers and our digital lives, and just Bitcoin becomes a rounding error relative to how much energy is spent on all the computers in our world. But also, like things like home appliances, microwaves, hair dryers and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
This is something hilarious. All these things that are just part of our modern life that are either the same order, at least the same order of magnitude as Bitcoin, and they seem like trivial parts of life.
Yeah, and this is the thing. All the people that complain about Bitcoin's energy consumption, I presume they use washing machines. Now, why should their desire for clean and dry clothes get to consume energy? And, I mean, I used to live in Lebanon. Lebanon had hyperinflation. I escaped from hyperinflation. I prevented. My life would have been ruined by hyperinflation. And the reason it wasn't ruined is because I have Bitcoin. So, even though I'm not allowed to swear, yes, please. So fuck your washing machine. Given a choice between my washing machine and my Bitcoin, I'll choose Bitcoin. It's a technology that has already saved my life, and I think it's going to save the lives of many more people. So, but of course, I don't have to choose between my Bitcoin and my washing machine, because this is, we're just constantly consuming more energy. We're continuing to consume more energy in this world. And that's just what progress is. And a small remark, so in principle, I don't think this is a problem, but the other thing about Bitcoin, where it is different from washing machines, Bitcoin is truly unique in this, is the only thing whose energy consumption can be produced absolutely anywhere. Your washing machine needs to be in your house where you live, and you live in a city surrounded by 10 million people, and they all have their washing machines, and they're all connected to the grid, and they generally tend to do their laundry around the same time. And so you have to put the load of the washing machine on the grid at the same time. There needs to be one power plant, and all the infrastructure needs to work at the same time. And the electricity is pretty expensive because it's being done in a place with high demand. Bitcoin does not need to buy electricity from places where it has high demand, because it can buy electricity from anywhere. This is what's truly mind-blowing about it. You can buy, what you need to. The electricity you need for mining can be done anywhere. So you can mine, you can have a in west of Canada, 300 miles away from any population center. There's water falling, there's energy. You can put hydroelectric dams there, and then you can use that energy to operate the miners. And then the miners just need a satellite internet connection. And effectively, you're selling that energy that is isolated to the grid. And because of the way that Bitcoin functions, because of the difficulty adjustment, the only profitable miners are the ones who can get cheap electricity. Basically, if you're mining at grid cost, if you're mining at about the average electricity price in the world is around 14 cents. If you're mining at 14 cents in Bitcoin, you're most likely not going to make it. If you're running your miners at 14 cents, because everybody can mine at 14 cents. And so what happens is if everybody's mining at 14 cents, 14 cents stops being profitable. And then only the people mining at a lower price are profitable. So that's why Bitcoin mining is not competing with washing machines. I mean, this is the absurd thing about this kind of energy scarcity viewpoint where, oh no, it's a catastrophe, Bitcoin is taking all the electricity, as if the electricity is just one fixed pie that we all have to share and fight for. And this is how I keep making fun of these stupid headlines they put out there. Bitcoin is consuming more electricity than Portugal. All right, well, maybe we should shut down Portugal then. What the hell does Portugal give us? Like, obviously, it's not. It's not.
He doesn't. I've gotten so much criticism for saying push it out. If you got on Ronaldo's not in the top five. I apologize. I love Portugal.
That's another discussion we should get into.
Portugal, because you posted that through soccer. It's like, I'm not.
Yeah.
I realized how passionate people are about that. Just listen, it was a joke. All right.
No, I love
potential in the top five.
Yeah, I love Portugal. And even though I'm a little bit down, I still respect Cristiano for much of fact. I hope they very unpopular opinion. I think Cristiano Ronaldo is the greatest football player ever.
Number one, Alpera, Maradona, Messi, better than Messi.
Yes, he's been doing it for 20 years at the top. Nobody's ever done that. He's doing everything everywhere. Everywhere he goes, at the top, at the Champions League. Really strong argument to be made for that. Messi's never done anything outside of Barcelona.
So you appreciate performance, long term, versus the genius of the actual play on the field.
I mean, the genius is Ronaldo's the top scorer of all time. So what
Genius is in scoring, not the actual
of the play, the creativity. Well, I mean, I don't know. Messi's been absolutely mediocre since he's left Barcelona.
strong words.
He's just got 2 goals in PSG season this year. They're out of the Champions League.
What about Mohamed Salah? You posted. Is he climbing up to be?
I think he should win the Ballon d'Or this year. He probably should have won it last year as well. He's been absolutely outstanding. But I mean, just people are so crazy about Messi. They keep giving him accolades. He hasn't deserved. I think Messi the last couple of Ballon d'Ors that he got. I mean, he's a great player and everything, but he did not deserve it last year.
We can agree to disagree.
So you're a Barca fan or a Messi fan?
I would say. No, I wouldn't say I'm a Barca fan, but Barca fan because of Messi. I think it's like there's certain things. So when I was going into the Soviet Union in Russia, I met up Maradona. He was the first person I saw that I was like, oh wow, this could be, this is great in sport, not just football, in sport, right? And for some reason, I mean, it's something about like Diego Armando Maradona, like the way they were commentating, the genius of his play, the mix of ego, and again the performance, but being able to carry a team on his shoulders. That I just fell in love with whatever he represented, and by that Argentina. And then Messi, I saw when he was like 16, 17, and he was just like in the early days. When you first see a person and you see the genius and you notice that, and then it turns out to be actually a great player, for some reason you're invested. You're emotionally invested. I don't know. So you kind of just fall in love, and then you pick sides. I mean, that's the thing about football. Part of the fun things about football, soccer is like you pick a guy, you pick a team, and fuck everyone else. You just have fun talking shit. That's part of it.
It's great. It's great because I think obviously it's a very stupid thing to do, but I think if you don't do it in football, you can do it everywhere else. Yeah, that's right. That's why it's very good. Like that's it. Instead of hating people for their religion and for their skin color, hate them because they support Manchester United. So you're a Liverpool fan, right? Yes, hardcore long term. But yeah, so to go back to the original point of Portugal, and price enough to make it then non-viable for Bitcoin. And that's why, you see those headlines about Bitcoin consuming more energy than Portugal. Well, if you look at Portugal, I mean, they've got giant power plants in Portugal. They've got millions of people, and they've got enormous amounts of infrastructure. Where are all this infrastructure for Bitcoin mining? You don't see it in the cities. It's all isolated. It's all out away from the cities, or it's connected to grids that have serious overcapacity. So Bitcoin is not out there buying the expensive energy, taking energy away from people who can't afford it. It's out there buying its own energy because it doesn't need to buy the expensive energy that people really need. So one other criticism from an investment perspective, from a gambling perspective, that people see is the volatility of Bitcoin. Of course, that's been somewhat decreasing over time, but what's your answer to the criticism that Bitcoin is too volatile and stay away? It doesn't seem like it's a safe place we need to invest either short term or long term. There's no knowing there's a volatility and there's a high oscillation of value in the short term. So I think the safe way to approach that is in terms of positioning size. If the volatility bothers you, then you're over-invested perhaps. So maybe you should reduce the size of your position so that the volatility doesn't bother. This is the short answer. Like stack as much as your conviction will allow you to tolerate the volatility. And of course, the reason you should try and consider tolerating volatility more is the options are you hold fiat assets, which only go down stable, relatively stable, not a lot of volatility day to day. Value of your dollar doesn't change 40% overnight, 20% overnight, or something like that. But it does go down reliably. It's going to go down 40%. You can count on it. It might take a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Compared to the things that you want to buy, it's going to go down by 40%. And it's not going to come back. And it's going to go down another 40%, and then another 40%, and then another 40%. So the option really is relatively short-term stability with long-term decline, or short-term volatility with long-term rise. And so that's another way in which Bitcoin teaches people to have a low time preference and think about the long term. So stack, accumulate, and think of it in the long term. It's a function of the fact that Bitcoin is new. Bitcoin is currently less than 1% of the global money market. So there's about $100 trillion of money out there in the world. $100 trillion roughly of fiat, about $10 trillion of gold, and Bitcoin is less than $1 trillion. So, one rich guy decides to get into Bitcoin. That's going to show up on the Bitcoin chart. You look at it, Elon Musk decides to buy Bitcoin. You see the buy. You see the news that happens, and you see the pump. Elon Musk decides that he doesn't like Bitcoin. You see the drop. But a few years ago, it used to be that one random millionaire could cause that. Now you have to be the richest guy in the world to do that. In a few years, you're going to have to be the richest country in the world to be able to do that to the Bitcoin price. Maybe many years, maybe not a few years. But as Bitcoin grows, I think about it as a liquid pool of money. Currently, it's a small pool next to a much larger ocean, which is the entire money market. And so, one person jumps from that to this small pool, they can make a big splash. As the pool grows, essentially the salability increases, and the likelihood of one individual purchase affecting the price so violently decreases. And so over time, as the size of the market increases, I think we're going to see the volatility decline more and more. Ultimately, if you look at gold, historically gold's been very, very stable. It did not achieve its stability because the central bank was in charge of gold supply, or because there was a gold committee that decided how much gold gets produced. It achieved that stability because it became the most saleable good, and so therefore it became the good that contains the most cash balances in the world. And in the 19th century, everybody held cash balances in gold, and the new production was a tiny little addition to global production, to the supply. So that's what made gold the most relative. I shouldn't say stable, because nothing is stable in economics, but relatively it holds on to its value, and it's much less volatile than digital currency, than national currencies. That's because it has the highest stock-to-flow ratio, and that's because its supply is a tiny fraction of the liquid market. As the liquid market grows, as the size of cash balances grows, trades in Bitcoin cancel each other out. You get all these slight changes in value. So I think as Bitcoin matures, that's going to decline. So effectively, I think the end game is Bitcoin is uh, huge. Bitcoin is worth something like I think the total addressable market for Bitcoin is not just national currency and gold's addressable market, but also government bonds. That's the really big one. So
how we want to compare to gold? So you're saying it'll surpass gold for 10 trillion?
yeah.
With bonds. Where's bonds stand?
So then there's also national currencies, which are about 100 billion. And there's government bonds, which are around 120 billion dollars. Sorry, trillion. 2 trillions, I guess. If we're saying billion, not trillion. Yeah. So you think that bonds can be Bitcoin? I've always held this is the product. This is the main dish. The gold is the appetizer. Bonds are the main dish because bonds have replaced gold. Yeah, I mean bonds have replaced gold in people's portfolio. People remember when we were saying gold was you hold it as a saving, as the secure part of your portfolio, and then you take risk with the equity. Currently, people do that by holding part of their portfolio in bonds. That's the part that they treat as their saving account, and then the rest they use for not speculation, for investment, in which they take risk. Yeah, speculation, and that's stocks and equity and other high risk assets. I think Bitcoin is not going to replace equity. There will always be equity. There will always be companies people who want to have equity. But it will probably replace a big chunk of current equity markets because right now, if you want to save, it used to be that you hold bonds. Now, if you want to save, you go into stock indexes. So I think Bitcoin likely eats a big chunk of equity markets because currently it's people are using it as saving. And I think it eats all bonds. That's my most vicious.
So the question is the scale of time that happens across. But the most important thing you make is about trend.
Yeah, and also, I mean, let's also remember that currently bonds nominally don't beat inflation, and in real terms, they don't come close to beating inflation. So, currently, with bonds, you're taking on credit default risk to buy a bond, and also getting less money back in real terms. Well, Bitcoin doesn't offer you the returns, but in real terms, it appreciates much more, and it has, I believe, a lot less risk associated with it than any company or government.
So let's make things spicy and ask if Bitcoin fails in the long-term future. As all you said, economics, volatility, things happen in this world. The human civilization might end in this century. I hope it doesn't. It might. It could be catastrophic events. If Bitcoin fails, it goes to zero, loses its number one spot. What would be the reason? If you're an alien visiting Earth 100 years from now and just were to analyze the situation, Bitcoin is a pretty new thing. So the possible trajectories of how the world evolves together with this new monetary technology is really infinite. So if it fails, one of those trajectories surely involves Bitcoin fail. What would be the reason?
I think the most likely reason it could fail. I don't think this is likely in general, but I think it is the most likely of all the unlikely things that could destroy Bitcoin is governments go back on gold.
So they make, in your view, a better decision in the process than just not the best decision.
Yeah,
I thought you were going with darker. So that's okay. Interesting. So maybe because of Russia, because of China, and so on, because of the current war, they might reconsider the power that America holds because of the monetary, because of being the primary currency, and they'll start thinking about going on the coast.
yeah, but it would also require the US and the Europeans and everybody to want to join in this system and sing Kumbaya and playing nice with each other around the gold standard. I think, given that gold already is about 10 times larger than Bitcoin, so it has a first mover advantage. And if governments were to go and peg their currency to gold would shoot up by 10x, and it would rise in value a lot more.
Of course, that doesn't necessarily kill Bitcoin.
No, again, I'm not saying it's likely to happen. I'm saying I imagine less unlikely than the other unlikely scenarios. Because even with a nuclear war, or 90% of the planet is destroyed, the 10% continue to run with it.
There's a quote. Okay, there's a movement, a community of people referred to as Bitcoin maximalists.
Mhm.
I've seen you referred to in the past as the leader of of the Bitcoin maximalists, probably because of your book, Bitcoin Standard, or the Bible in general. You're one of the leaders in this space. Do you regret any of the toxicity and derision that often, or perhaps sometimes, originates from this community?
Definitely not. I'm not in a position to regret other people's actions. So let's just be clear. But I think the rhetoric of community is. I reject this rhetoric because I think it's a way for kind of political manipulation and subversion to try and portray people as part of a community and hold people responsible for other people's actions, which I think is ridiculous. So, some guy on the internet said something mean to somebody, and then this is very common. I always try not to get involved in these things. So, some guy who identifies as a Bitcoiner says something to somebody that's very wrong. Of course, it happens. Tens of millions of people use Bitcoin around the world. And a lot of these, I'd say, parasites, people who don't have anything productive to do with their life, outrage merchants, they'll come out and say something along the lines of, the Bitcoin maximalists are toxic, they're holding Bitcoin back, and and of course it's manipulative. The point behind it is they want to get to you, they want to get people who are, not that nobody with 300 followers who said something silly, they want to get the notable people to basically change their message. So the idea is, I'm supposed to apologize because somebody with 300 followers I've never met in my life who calls themselves a Bitcoiner said a meme word, and then I need to apologize, and I also need to cut down on my rhetoric about other digital currencies, and I need to do that. So I'm only responsible for my own actions, and I don't recall regretting anything.
Okay, but let me push further into that direction. Fine, I think community aside, labels suck, for sure. But you have a spicy way about you on Twitter. Now you're in this conversation, and you have some good, strong
Yeah, I
words
mean,
to say about
I've always believed life is too short to mince words. One day I'm going to be dead, and I'm on my deathbed. I'm not going to look back and say, I wish I was a little bit more circumspect in expressing my opinions. I'm far more likely to think, you know what, I wish I said what I really think.
yes, life is too short to hold back your opinion. The question is, what is really your opinion? Because you're many people in one. So there's a person that loves, there's kindness for the human beings, there's a person that gets annoyed, there's a person that enjoys disagreement, there's a person that enjoys collaboration. And you can emphasize all of those different things, each of those different things, weigh it differently in your online interaction. There are some aspects of the online interaction that encourages in different communities, online interactions, one community that encourages kind of derision, mockery, and so on. So you can choose if you want to engage that part of yourself or some other part of yourself. Economics is another community that enjoys being like very straightforward about their disagreements, pretty harsh. It's fun to watch because it feels like you're allowed to get like the truth much faster because you tear each other apart. Uh, but that's a choice. It's a deliberate choice. I don't want to label an entire community of people by its extremes. I don't think you should do that. But there's cultural characteristics you start to notice. When you go to France, it's a certain way. When you go to Britain, London is different than well. Or New York is different than Iowa. You start to notice it. I mean, you don't want to generalize. There's all kinds of people everywhere, but there's a certain way of communication on crypto, Twitter in general, but also Bitcoin maximalists that I even early on received a bunch of heat. What the hell? So listen, there's definitely a difference when I do the computer science community, machine learning community. It's way friendlier than the cryptocurrency community. I have much more freedom to actually be what I enjoy being, which is asking simple, dumb questions, even when I've already spent years, sometimes decades with an idea. I like asking dumb questions anyway. The crypto folks punish you for this, for curiosity, for like exploration. I understand the mechanism because so many other people come into that community and they might masquerade as curious, but really they're trying to inject. They're trying to sell some kind of altcoin, there's the rest of their scheme, there's some scheme to make money. So I understand maybe that's just the dynamic of the community by nature. It's not like you respond appropriately to the amount of charlatans in the community. So if the fraction of charlatans is low, maybe you can afford to be more loving and kind and so on. When the fraction of charlatans is high, you have to be partial. Perhaps. Perhaps.
Right. And I think also, the stakes are extremely high in this situation. And I think, if you don't like Bitcoiners, it's the Bitcoin really toxic with fiat. The fiat community has financed world wars and genocides and tyrants and the mass death and destruction. The fiat community, if you want to use that term, I don't believe you should, but fiat has destroyed the savings of pretty much anybody who's lived through the last 20th century. Pretty much anybody who's lived through the 20th century, no matter where you live, Switzerland, US, Ethiopia, Russia, you've gone through fiat problems. You've had hyperinflation, you've had bank confiscation. There isn't a family in the world today that hasn't had its wealth destroyed over the last century. They all have a story about inflation and the hyperinflation. And Bitcoin offers us a way out of this. And shitcoins, altcoins, are essentially fiat world's last gasp attempt to try and salvage fiat, to try and salvage the idea that some people will continue to be able to print money and other people will have to use that money. This is Twitter, it's a free market, it's the internet. You don't have to follow anybody. That's the thing. So what I find really objectionable about the people who are so butthurt always about Bitcoin maximalists is you don't have to click follow on people you don't like. There are 300 million Twitter accounts, and if you choose to follow the accounts that say things that annoy you and then complain about the fact that they say things that annoy you, I'm sorry, but you're an idiot that you don't know how to use Twitter. Just follow the accounts that you like. It's you don't have to be part of this. You don't have to listen to those people. You can choose. There are a lot of Bitcoiners that don't act like this. You can just unfollow them. Like I've watched since in the past year, I've met a lot of them. You enjoy them a lot. People that creative people that you enjoy. There are less that communicate very you enjoy. And it's become a meme at this point that I block with love. Yes,
because I did not.
I block very prolifically, and I strongly recommend people continue to block. I think Twitter is, you're not going to get to interact with 300 million accounts anyway. So you want to be constantly curating the experience by getting rid of people you don't like and following people that you like. And that's just how, after 10 years of using Twitter, you accumulate a block list, which is very big, which I'm very happy for, and I pass on to my children.
It's your deathbed. Your grandchildren are gather around and your grandfather can finally share.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, again, it's just a Twitter account. If it bothers you so much, ask yourself why it bothers you. That some people are so good. I'm not referring to you, obviously, but I mean the people that are constantly aggravated about this. I don't get bothered by anything on Twitter. I just block it and I get to curate the experience that I enjoy. And I recommend people do that. It's really a lot less pathetic than complaining about strangers saying things you don't like, which a lot of. And of course, the reason for it is, when I say it's stupid, it's not really stupid. There's an ulterior motive there. And the ulterior motive is, hey, I have this shitcoin that I make with 5 other friends of mine, and I'd like to guide your coattails, Bitcoiners, and I'd like you to please help me promote this shit. Like this is, I get this practically every week, whether through email or through Twitter, where, hey, this is our shitcoin. It's just like Bitcoin, but it's better because it does this and that. And, basically, how can we get you to promote this shit for us? And being straightforward and forthright is a great productivity hack because, you just tell those people, no, I'm not interested in this stupid shit, and I wish you a quick and swift failure before you take a lot of people's money. And that's what I genuinely think.
Well, but I'll just be upfront with at least for my taste, just labeling everything as a shitcoin worries me. So this is my own preference. It's not a judgment of you. It's just my own preference that I'm afraid I'll miss good ideas. I think me personally, when I'm too certain about things, when too tribal about things, I'll miss actually really strong ideas, outlier ideas, totally new ideas. So that worries me. One of the downsides of the way Bitcoin is, how much is at stake financially, is that it's less open to good ideas. And actually, by design, that it's not changing with hard forks and so on, that there's not a kind of curiosity about exploration of ideas. Of course, in some way, that curiosity can start getting injected when you start talking about other layers built on top of Bitcoin. You start talking about different things like the Lightning Network, that's where the curiosity can emerge. But still, like that's why with the cryptocurrency in general, I just try to keep an open mind. And just the shitcoin as a term is just like a statement that I'm going to close my mind to. That's the way I hear it. And but coming out of your mouth, as you say a lot of other edgy stuff, it's just more you having fun. That's the way I hear it. But if I say things like that, I would feel like I'm closing my mind.
I mean, let me give you the counter argument to that. How much time do you spend emailing back all these email scams that email you tell you, send me $5,000 and I'll send you $15 million?
None.
None. Why are you being closed-minded to all these great ideas?
But I'm also,
maybe one of them will actually send you $15 million.
But I don't know if I know the difference between Nigerian preps and many other people I do talk to, who are colleagues and so on. They're also emailing me, and they're also offering me things, but they don't sound as ridiculously spammy.
Yeah, but I mean, the moment that somebody tells you, hey, I'm going to give you $15 million for nothing just if you send me $5,000, you're getting something for nothing. And essentially, with all digital currencies, it's the same pitch. Say, hey, come use this thing that will allow you to do things that all of the things that they pretend that they can do, they can be done with computers without having digital currencies. We already have AWS that does cloud computing, that does everything that shitcoins pretend to do. The only difference is AWS doesn't have its own monetary system tech on top of it to allow Jeff Bezos to basically print his own money.
But don't you think there's some very... So let me go to the historical record. And let's see if you've changed as a philosopher, economist, human being. Between 3 years, anyone who believes proof of stake can work is either one, completely clueless at how and why Bitcoin works at all, or two, con artists using it as a buzzword to promote a worthless scam like Ethereum. Do you still believe that Ethereum is a scam and in general proof of stake? Are you either clueless if you think it's interesting?
Yeah, no, I stand by that. I think the
would you classify Ethereum as a shitcoin?
For sure, it's the mother asshole from which the shitcoins spring.
The king of Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think the key thing is the way this is. But there's another tweet from a couple of years ago, which is essentially proof of work was like the invention of flight. We've got this machine and we managed to get it to fly off the ground. And proof of stake is, hey, we found a great way to make airplanes cheaper and faster by not making them fly. By keeping them on the ground. Like the invention of proof of work, the reason the entire digital currency space exists is because Bitcoin operates based on proof of work. If Bitcoin was based on proof of stake, it would have died or been shut down from day one.
But that's a hypothesis, and a lot of people believe that, and I think that a lot of strong support. But basically, proof of work is grounded in physics. In the real world, the proof of stake is more about...
It's politics. It's the Federal Reserve. It's exactly what we have. It's just a group of people who get to decide the rules, and it's essentially a system that is, it's a security. It's a company. So it's not an innovation. In a sense, it's a step backward to what we already had, which is you get a bunch of people in charge of the money. Now, the only reason it survives in this, the reason I call these things scam, and I have no problem calling them scams, because they fraudulently present themselves as being decentralized. They present themselves as just being a different way of doing decentralization than Bitcoin. But it's not. It's just they're riding Bitcoin's coattails. And they're riding the fact that most people don't want to understand what Bitcoin is and how it works to portray themselves as a cheaper, better, more efficient way of doing what Bitcoin does. It's not. It's a less legally accountable way of doing what central banks do.
Right. So, and the basic criticism is that there's a group of people, sometimes a very small group of people, that can control the parameters of the operation of the system. Fix over time. You can't trust it's not gold under the mattress because it has that kind of.
It's not stuff that I really very strongly recommend your discussion with Sailor for people who want to elaborate more on this. There's a bunch of people in charge, which means that legally they should be doing this under securities law. But even as an advocate, if I don't really care about that, the technical implication of it is this is never going to be adopted as a neutral way of transferring value on the internet because you need something that enemies can trade with one another. You can't have something that has a small group of people in charge because A, the small group of people themselves can be corrupted, and B, they can be coerced. You can put a bunch of people in a room, put a gun to their head, and you can change everything in any of these digital currencies. And that's why I think you'll find a lot more sympathy among the fiaters to shitcoins. The Keynesian economist to Ethereum fanboy pipeline is a very strong one because it's the same thing. It's like you like the idea of people being in charge of money, and you think you are going to be the one who's going to be in charge of money. So we see a lot of this phenomenon. You see the same people that want gold and don't like central banking, they get into it.
Yeah. So just to actually push back a couple of things. So one is theater. It sounds like I'm trying to be sophisticated, great talking about theater, but for me, it's just not making me feel good about that. So day by day, things change. You used to be one of those. So people evolve, people learn. People that are supportive of Bitcoin might eventually become supporters of Ethereum or go back to supporting fiat. You don't know. People evolve for different reasons. You go out, you mature, or you become enlightened. So I think every single person is, as this technology is evolving, as this world is evolving, as wars break out, geopolitics change, the monetary system is constantly put under stress, people will evolve. So we're trying to all figure it out together. That's why like open-mindedness here with people. For people like me, at least, this seems essential.
And so I expect you to be answering all the spam emails you get.
I will, things by things by things. But no, I don't have a clear understanding. What is a good investment of my time? What is a good investment of my money? That's just seem clear because things are good promoting themselves. I'm not talking about the different kinds of things like Ethereum, altcoins, and so on. I just mean life, like daily jobs, um, friendships. Like everybody's advertising themselves as a great investment, right? But you don't know. You have to keep an open mind, and that's like and be sort of self-introspective about how like biases I operate under, and ways I delude myself, like hallucinations that I'm living under. It's like breaking out of all these hallucinations. It's very hard to introspect, thinking of what are the assumptions under which I live my entire life that might be actually false assumptions. It's a really difficult thought process to take. It's a dangerous one. It's the Nietzsche to gaze long to be this gazing to you. It's like Alex Jones. This, I mean, he's got demons in his head. So he has like all these conspiracy theories that he holds in his head because to really destroy him. So it's a psychological burden to carry. So if you question authority, if you question government, if you question culture, the way things have been done, it's really difficult. And the biases you operate under, it's really difficult to question them. So I think like being constantly open-minded and self-critical, not constantly, but a little bit every day is important. I think.
Yeah, but I mean, you're talking to somebody. I grew up in Ramallah in Palestine, the West Bank. I've changed my mind on all kinds of different things. And the fact that I was even open to the idea of Bitcoin has required an enormous amount of, it's a heck of a journey. So I'd much rather appreciate direct arguments rather than these kind of general fluffy. You should be. Oh, of course, yes, you should be open-minded, but also you come up with companies and you delete spam emails sometimes, or you know that there's spam because you have to move on with your life. You can't. There's an opportunity cost to considering every spam email. So,
Well, for me, okay, so I'll just say my relatively sort of shallow perspective, almost like a technical person, mostly my understanding of economics is weak. Proof of stake is not obviously a weak consensus mechanism relative to proof of work. So it's not obvious to me that it goes wrong and becomes corrupted in the way that governments get corrupted because it still seems decentralized. Now, your criticism of governance is an interesting one, but if you put that aside, it still is a decentralized mechanism and it's more transparent than the mechanism. Exactly. It is. This is exactly what the Federal Reserve is. The Federal Reserve is a proof of stake system. The Federal Reserve is owned by its constituent banks. And so the rules of the Federal Reserve and the regulations are determined by the ownership, which is the banks. So it's exactly what the Federal Reserve is. But it's too backdoor. The agreements between the banks and the Federal Reserve, it feels like a lot of those agreements are made between individuals that sort of behind the scenes. It's hard to, it's opaque. Yes, but the only way that a proof of stake system will take off is if you have a military to force people to use it. That's the thing. Ultimately, there's no way that it's going to take off on a free market. And that's why, for all the bluster about wanting to move to a proof of stake system, Ethereum have been saying this since 2014. It's now been 8 years. They've been talking about it. We still haven't seen a proof of stake system operational in paper there. Or the Cardano proof of stake. That's potentially. I mean, you can do it in a centralized way, but can it survive? Can it last for a long time? I don't think so. And I think it can last perhaps initially with marketing, with centralized marketing. You can promote it, but ultimately, user demand. The people are not interested in speculating because they want to get rich on this. People are going to use it. They're going to want to use it because they can trust that it is not going to be messed. Yes. So, right. But there's also applications. That's also what I remember. Because applications on top. Another reason I'm interested in things like Ethereum is you might think it's ridiculous. I thought it was ridiculous, but NFTs. So what you can have NFTs probably at Bitcoin, but you don't because there's no marketing behind Bitcoin because all these ideas get promoted on proprietorship because yes, but there's the network effects of ideas of applications. So they just take off for some reason. The utilization is such that you get excited about stuff and lots of people believe a thing and they start to get excited and actually has impact. Like the fact that NFTs can have an impact on the art world or the world in general is wild to me. But it worked. So the question is there's a draft clause in impact of the art world. Those things ideas of you're collective intelligent beings and you can believe a thing and that has power. That has led to major wars and all those kinds of things. So it's interesting to me that NFTs take hold. The question is, they're distributed dApps, they're distributed apps on top of different blockchains that might somehow transform the world. You have to kind of keep an open mind to that. Because right now, it's like I'm the same place with that as I am with virtual reality. Like, all right, this seems like a really intellectually promising set of ideas here. But there's something either technically or socially not quite taking hold. Why? And I don't know what the right answer is. So with virtual reality, what's the right answer? Is it just technically the latency is too high, or the games are not good enough, or is it a fundamentally flawed idea that you can ruin the virtual world and enjoy it, that the physical world is just orders of magnitude better, or a two-dimensional display is just as good as a three-dimensional world? I don't know. Why is virtual reality not taking off since the 80s? I don't have strong opinions on it, on the prospect of technology. Personally, I don't ever imagine myself having something on my eyes like I just go out into the real world. But I don't have strong opinions on virtual reality. I do have one. Dapps and NFTs. Yeah, what's your criticism of dApps and NFTs? It's a distraction. It's a way to sell. I don't know what. The problem with dApps is, it's just the economics of it makes no sense in the sense that currently, if you wanted to run an application, whatever the application is, you want to run it on AWS, you pay a specific amount of money. You want to run it on your own laptop, you pay a specific amount of money per kilobyte of data. If you want to run the same thing on a distributed ledger, where you're distributing the data over thousands of computers worldwide,
it's infinitely more expensive. And that's why, if we haven't seen any of these dApps, they gone. And that's why I said this many years ago. The only working application of blockchain technology is Bitcoin. Because with Bitcoin, you're with a few hundred bytes of data, with a few bytes of data, you can move $1 billion worth of economic value from here to China, and you would save day and relying. So that power, I can't see it being justified for anything that is not as mission critical as moving large amounts of value, which require very little amount of information. So when you look at all the buzzwords that the Ethereum and other altcoin marketing people like to use, and if you're going to wonder really why we come to this kind of aggression, it's because we've heard all of this. I've had all these hucksters come to me for years. I've had the people in 2016 talk to me about how Ethereum blockchain technology is going to revolutionize real estate deeds in India. And I remember this guy, I'm not going to mention his name, but this guy was, 2016, and he sold a lot of shitcoins and made a lot of money off of shitcoins based on these silly ideas. We're gonna have blackjack on a distributed ledger. We're gonna have Indian real estate on a distributed ledger, and it's concern for one. Oh, there's a problem with real estate in India, real estate deeds. Blockchain fixes this. Buy my shitcoin. When people buy the shitcoin, Indian real estate isn't fixed, and the guy gets rich, and they move on. But I'm still waiting for that to actually emerge. It's the promise that we keep hearing is something completely world changing, world transforming. And the reality is not one app. Like there's one of my good friends, Jimmy Song. Eventually, they refused to go ahead with it. He wanted to bet with one of the Ethereum people about these dApps. The Ethereum people are constantly saying those dApps are going to grow and they're going to have so many applications and they're going to have so many ideas. And the reality is all the apps that work are centralized apps. So there is no Uber on the blockchain. There is no Twitter on the blockchain. There is no social media on the blockchain because these are businesses, and businesses require a centralized authority to make decisions. You can't have it be decentralized.
Yeah, listen, you're frustrated, and I could see it over a few years. I just haven't dealt with a humongous influx of charlatans.
I wouldn't say frustrated. I'm amused. It's water off my back.
No, but then they use this, really, they use the word shitcoin. Is a little bit, you call it amusement. And I think amusement is the way to deal with the frustration, to challenge with frustration. Like, sometimes when you have to deal with bullshit, the best way is just to laugh at the absurdity of it all. And that's what you mean by amusement. But the fact is, like, there's things like artificial intelligence for, what is it, 7 decades, has been off and on promising to change everything. And it has failed time and time again to deliver to the promise. But that doesn't mean there's something fundamental and really powerful, that both the small and the big things going on within the actual research and development within those communities. There's a lot of exciting developments. The scale at which those developments might actually have a transformative impact, the time scale is unclear. It seems like we're certainly overpromising. We dream too big and too aggressively in the AI community, but I want.
Yeah, and I'm happy to give people the benefit of the doubt when they're overpromising, but not when they're making their own money. When you start making your own currency, then you don't get the benefit of the doubt. Because if your idea needs you to have a new currency that you print when Bitcoin is out there, then I'm going to go ahead and assume that you're doing this for the good.
I can mention I am actually launching my coin, my next coin.
You mean shitcoin? Yes.
I'm going to have to block you in love. Okay, one thing I wanted to ask you about is the Fed's, this paper they released in January 20th on the potential central bank digital currency, CBDC. What are your thoughts about that? Is it just another, like you said, pros and cons to this? Is it any more interesting to you that they considering this kind of thing?
I used to think that it's just basically waffle. It's meaningless because as it because the dollar is a central bank digital currency, right? The vast majority of dollars are digital, and but I think the way that over the last couple of years I've changed my mind on this. I think there's some serious substance behind these ideas, and what they mean effectively is the disintermediation of the banking system and giving everybody an account at the Federal Reserve. This is this is kind of a really dangerous idea, and I think this is enormously significant. Effectively, as somebody who's lived with the Soviet Union, this is the return of the Gulf Bank on a global scale with modern technology. So under the Soviet Union, there was something called the Gulf Bank or People's Bank, and that was the only bank in the country. And you have an account with the national bank, and if you said something wrong, your money got terminated from the Gulf Bank. Now imagine that combined with the power of digital technology, and you can see that this could lead to an enormously powerful technology really, because if banks are out of the picture, then we change the fundamental reality of fiat as being the creation of money through lending, and then it becomes the creation of money truly by fiat, by government fiat. So we move to a system in which money is just basically, it's like we have money that is pieces of paper, and every time we've had money, we have fiat money that was just pieces of paper, it collapsed very quickly. With the current system, money is credit, and usually credit is restricted to some point, and the creation of credit is self-correcting. I discussed this in the fiat standard. If the central bank allows banks to create too much credit, that creates a bubble, and then there's a collapse in the money supply, which prevents hyperinflation from happening because the money creation is self-destructive, it's self-correcting. So you end up with an average of like 7% per year increase because you have 10% for 5 years, and then you get negative 20% for 1 year, and then it's correcting. But now if you get rid of the credit creation mechanism, it's just assigning money directly, we're likely going to get much faster inflation. And I think that's obviously a huge problem, and perhaps the even bigger problem is the enormous amount of power that it gives to governments. It allows them to create an awful dystopia where you've got your money on your phone, and anything you do is completely supervised and controlled through your spending. So they want to introduce a new lockdown, then they'll just make your money not work. Your money's broken today because you can't spend money. Or you can only spend money in your local supermarket for the next 3 months because you can't leave your neighborhood. Your money stops working outside. This Chinese social credit score system is an example of this. And I think, I don't know, I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't know what the likelihood is of implementing something like this in the US. I've discussed it with Michael Saylor. He thinks it's highly unlikely. He thinks, the people who've been pushing this are very far from the position of power, and the traditional monetary system is going to survive intact. I certainly hope so. I think this would be a terrible thing if it comes to pass. But I don't think many people think that it is something that would undermine it. Because not a common objection to Bitcoin is, well, governments are just going to launch their own digital currencies, and then Bitcoin's going to die. And I think this is completely missing the point. People think Bitcoin is important because it's digital. It's not. National currencies can be digital. Bitcoin is important because it's not inflationary and because nobody controls it. Central bank digital currencies are likely to be very inflationary, and they're likely to have very strong control at the top. So if anything, they are an advertisement for Bitcoin rather than a replacement for it. If it's Bitcoin, if it's goes away for multiple nations to partake. So if you were to imagine a future where we move from the fiat standard back to the gold standard and then to the Bitcoin standard, or skipping that, going directly to the Bitcoin standard, what would it take? Is it gradual? Is it immediate? What are possible trajectories that take us? Well, basically, where the final sort of empirical observation is that you overtake, Bitcoin overtakes first gold and then bonds in terms of its monetary power in the world. But like just specifically from a government perspective, how do we move the United States, China, Russia, and India, European Union to Bitcoin standard? I'm not entirely concerned about whether governments move or not. In fact, I'd be very happy for them not to move as long as possible. so that individuals can accumulate more and more Bitcoin while it's still cheap. So the people will move and the governments will catch up. Yeah, and I think this is kind of what I allude to. I mean, the point of the fiat stamp is really a Bitcoin book. It's talks about fiat most of the time, but it's does so to analyze Bitcoin and the rise of Bitcoin. In the final chapter, I discuss how I think this relationship plays out. Um, the way that I tend to think of it is that most likely what's going to happen is we're going to have kind of financial apartheid, where there's going to be two monetary systems. One is government controlled, and it comes with increasing amounts of surveillance and inflation. And then, if you want, you can just opt out of that and get into Bitcoin. And it's likely going to be difficult for governments to stop people from getting into Bitcoin for all the technical reasons that make it very hard to stop Bitcoin. So then we have this alternative with Bitcoin, which is not inflationary and does not have a central authority that can censor it. I think gradually is my hope, and I also think my most likely scenario, but maybe I am biased because everybody thinks what they want is what's going to happen. I think we're just going to witness, the same relationship because governments make their currency so that they can devalue them, and Bitcoin thrives with that. And more people are going to learn, more and more people are going to find out. And whether it's through curiosity or self-interest or through the destruction of the national currency, all roads lead to Bitcoin. So more and more people are going to buy Bitcoin, the price of Bitcoin is going to go up. And as it goes up, Bitcoin becomes a more significant part of the world economy. And this is something that skeptics don't get. Like a lot of the academic skeptics to Bitcoin, they offer up all these theories about why they think Bitcoin can't work, and then they present it, and they think, they've delivered the knockout blow as if Bitcoin needs their permission, or the world is going to need their permission. Well, the reality is people are going to join Bitcoin out of greed, out of self-interest. Number-go up technology is really what's going to get everybody in. And that's really the Trojan horse for fixing the world. Come for the greed and stay for the revolution. It's gonna keep going up because people don't like to be poor, except for most economists and academics. People don't like to be poor. People don't enjoy getting their wealth destroyed, and they care more about their self-interest than they care about economic theories about whether this works as money or not. They see their cousin escaped hyperinflation and managed to get a bigger house because they bought Bitcoin 5 years ago. They realized maybe I should stop mocking my cousin and start buying more Bitcoin. This is, I think, an indomitable force that's going to continue. And one thing, most Bitcoiners tend to lean toward an apocalyptic transition. Because fiat's going to collapse, we're going to have hyperinflation, everything's going to be terrible, and that we're going to move to Bitcoin. And I present the case for why I think maybe that might not be the case. Maybe we won't get this kind of apocalyptic scenario. And it's because, and this was like the conclusion of the fiat standard, which is once you realize that mining fiat is creating wealth, and Bitcoin is allowing. So in order to have fiat money, we need to have people borrow. We need to have people make loans. And the problem that the fiat money runs into today is that if you want to save money, if you want to hold savings, you have a problem. Where do you put your savings? So you put your savings in debt, in the creation of more bonds. Wherever you take your savings, you create a bubble in those things. And this is why you see a bubble in the stock market, a bubble in the bond market, a bubble in housing. It's because people are looking for savings, looking for a place where they can save. All those things are crappy saving instruments because they're like copper in that there's nothing to stop the people behind them to make more. House builders can build more houses, governments can issue more bonds, crappy fraudulent companies can list on the stock market and make more stocks. Well, Bitcoin finally offers us an outlet. We don't need to keep creating more debt. We can invest in this asset that is hard and that is internationally liquid and that nobody can make more of. So there is no bubble. There is no mechanism for somebody to increase the supply and bring the price crashing down, like with copper and real estate and bonds. So Bitcoin is the way out. And this is why I think there's a good case to be made for why fiat authorities might embrace Bitcoin, because they'll see it is their way out of this enormous debt bubble that everybody is stuck in. Particularly the richest and most powerful people in the world and the richest and most powerful governments in the world are the world's biggest problems. They're the ones in a lot of debt. So a continuous slow devaluation of the value of that debt as people upgrade and move on to a hard asset that continues to appreciate is the way that is the peaceful way that we wind down the fiat landscape.
You could see it being like a political, part of a political platform for future people that run for president, those kinds of things to address. Obviously, it's not just for the powerful and the rich. The people are bothered by the debt. The people are bothered by everything that you described as fiat. And if you want to sell yourself in a democracy as a good leader, you got to make that part of the platform. You mentioned you don't like Morales. You just texted me asking me to ask you, what do you like best about Mike Morales? If you could spend 5 to 10 to 20 to an hour talking about the genius of Mike Morales, what do you like?
Where does one even start? Well, obviously, the haircut first.
Yeah, he just gets sexier with age, that's for sure.
Yes.
Do you look at all his ideas, his trolling and humor? Have you gotten a chance to interact with him?
Yes, I've met Michael maybe 10, 12 years ago in New York. I used to live in New York, but he was living in New York. Met him a couple of times. I was in a bunch of anarchists in New York used to throw a happy hour once a month. It was called the High Time Preference Happy Hour in honor of Hazard and Hoppe. So I met him there a couple of times, and we followed each other on Twitter for a while.
Is there interesting that you're aware of philosophical differences in your worldviews?
No, I think we pretty much see eye to eye. I think the difference is maybe he spends a lot of time focusing on American politics and American pop culture, which I don't pay much attention to, I guess.
So you look more at the monetary system, the economics of it all, just the history, and just zooming out at the big picture of it all. Although recently he's working on a book called The White Pill, and he's been every time I see him, I mean, he's in some dark aspect of the 20th century. He's just like, I just finished writing about how, as you might imagine, he's not taking much, I believe, from the monetary perspective on things. His book is writing at least for time his kind of philosophical ideology perspective as some of the monetary system. But you argue that those are actually inextricably linked.
But yeah, and I don't think you would disagree. But
The book has to be, can only be so long.
you can only focus on so many things.
If you can put on your wise sage hat and give some advice to young people, I mean, the past 4 hours have been highly advice because you can focus on somebody in high school and college is thinking about what to do with their career, to have a successful career, or to have a life they can be proud of. What would you tell them?
I'd say probably the most important advice that I would give is to find a way to give value to other people. And this is really the key thing. You need to wake up every morning and figure out how to serve others. This is the key to everything you want in life. Everything you want is on the other side of you serving others. So figure out how you can serve others in a good way, how you can do it in a way that they value, and you've got an incredible mechanism for figuring that out, which is the market. Go out there and do things for other people, and the market will tell you. The market will tell you exactly. If you're young, you have the enormous advantage of being able to make things, just make mistakes, essentially, and learn from them. So go out there, do things of value for others, figuring out how you can do something that will contribute. What is it that you can do to contribute the most value to other people in the lives? And increasingly, I think with modern technology, this is increasingly becoming online. And it's, I think, you should consider how you can create value online because that scales beyond anything you can do in the physical world in a very, very, well, maybe not beyond because there are profitable businesses in the physical world. But I think online is enormous potential. And coding, I think, is enormously powerful. I'm not a coder myself, but I strongly recommend people get into learning how to code. And I think it's probably the thing that carries the most power. So initially, we were working with our hands. we started working with machines. Machines are much more productive. Well, code is an even higher level of productivity, where you basically program the machines to produce things. So, few clicks of a keyboard, and you can move millions of machines around the world in certain ways. So it carries an enormous amount of value. I think I always tell all young people to learn to code. It's the best thing. I used to tell it to my students when I was at university. Tell them to drop out to go learn to code. It's probably a better use of their time and money.
But you could probably do both.
Yeah.
The university has an interesting function. I mean, probably you and I have different perspective on this. Probably has to do with a little bit of a different journey in terms of fields. So I've stayed engineering focused for a long time. And there's less, some of the troubles you might highlight in the education system, there's less troubles of that kind in the engineering, because math hasn't changed for a long time. So it's a lot of it is just doing hard things, being forced to do hard things, and becoming a bit of a generalist, while on the side you're also becoming a specialist based on your own passion, your own passion. So school, or at least high school, I might be university, high school, that's a really nice, one of the only times in your life, at least in my life, I was forced, but now I see getting the opportunity to spend my entire day learning broadly. And that's something, I don't know, the way time works, it just runs away from you. You never really get a chance to learn quite that broadly. Again, I guess the curse of specialization is you kind of never get a chance to study biology, chemistry if you're a physicist. Time runs away from you. So it's enjoy the broad education. But yeah, like you said, find the things that value by the market. And on the other side of it, you said all the good stuff. So that's also really good happiness.
Yeah. But I also have the first that I like to do all the time is the low time preference aspect of things, saving with Bitcoin. So I think my advice to people is, when you're young, you think of the world in the very short term generally. You're focused on the present, and you think that everything that's happening in the present is the most important thing that's ever going to happen in the history of humanity. Lower your time preference, think about the future, think further down the line, think about the consequences of the things you do, and then so you do this now, feel good today, but then what happens tomorrow? You go out, you drink, you enjoy yourself, think about the angle. In long term, think about the implication of living this kind of life. Think about every decision you make, the long term implication of it. And part of that is Bitcoin, part of that is saving in Bitcoin. I urge everybody to put savings in Bitcoin for the long term. Don't buy Bitcoin for the short term. Don't buy Bitcoin today so that you can sell it. You don't put your savings in Bitcoin today so that you can sell it all next month and buy a house. Put money in Bitcoin that you expect to keep in Bitcoin for another 5, 10 years or so. At least 4 years is what I would recommend for people. So keep a low time preference, focus on the future, and saving Bitcoin.
And learn about how to buy Bitcoin, how to learn about all the technology. Part of this is this conversation. There's so much awesome material out there. And thank you, by the way, for this gift of a hardware wallet. So you should definitely invest in it yourself. And what would you call this? These are open dimes. Open dimes, yeah. So this is like USB. You can, like a hardware device that stores Bitcoin.
Yeah. So you don't have to worry about us knowing the password. It contains the password within it. It's tamper-proof, so you can save the Bitcoin on it. And
when the apocalypse comes, you need how you can store an actual thing that you can have in your physical possession. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. You had a heck of a life. You've been in a bunch of places in this world, a lot of places. Life is not easy in some of those places. What has been, if we can take a step to maybe a bit of a dark step for a short time, what has been a maybe darkest time, period, place you have gone in your mind, a dark period of your life, a struggle you had to overcome to survive?
Well, I'm Palestinian, so that is the tragedy of my life. I'm Palestinian, Jordanian. My family's suffered a lot because of this historically. I grew up in the West Bank. It wasn't ideal to see that. People like to think of it as this intractable conflict between two bitter enemies, but the reality of the matter is that it's not. A foreign ideology came in with the idea that this country needs to be occupied by people from only one religion, and the existing population, which, I mean, Jews had always lived in Palestine historically, and at the turn of the 20th century, they were only 10% of the population. But then, with the birth of fiat money, incidentally, the link with all of this is that when the Bank of England went off gold, a big reason why they were able to pull that off was that the Rothschild banking family supported them. And in exchange, the Rothschilds got Palestine. And the Balfour Declaration was written by the government of Britain to the Rothschild family, telling them that they would like to make um, Palestine a homeland for Jews. So obviously, that's not very convenient for people who are not Jewish, for whom that is a homeland. The past 80 years has been a very painful struggle if you happen to not be Jewish. And obviously, obviously Palestinians have done all kinds of things trying to fight back, and they've done all kinds of wrong things. But I don't think you can escape the fundamental reality underlying this, which is that if you're not Jewish, you are being moved out of the land. And so it's happened in 1947, 48, happened in 1976, my family, 67. More land was taken over by Israel. Now you see with the settlements. If you ignore the day-to-day headlines and you ignore the media propaganda and you ignore all this, there's a very clear thing that's happening, which is more land owned by an exclusive ideology that believes this land needs to be owned by people from one religion, and everybody else is being kicked out. And so that is the tragedy of my life. My wife is also a Palestinian refugee from Lebanon, and her family was evicted from Jaffa, which is today on the outskirts of Tel Aviv. They still have their homes in Jaffa. Their homes are being, they got kicked out of their homes and their land and their property. They became refugees in Lebanon. So my children, it's an ongoing tragedy. I think that is a lot of the people that think of it as, they think Palestinians are just out there to get Israelis because they hate them, but it's an inescapable reality. I don't have a home. And is there an escape from this tragedy in the future? Do you see, if you zoom out across the scale of decades, will we see, I hesitate to say peace, but a significant decrease in human suffering in this part of the region? I certainly hope so. And I think, my interest in Bitcoin came from a place of desperation with the situation where traditional politics is at that end. I don't see what I could be doing to make things better there using traditional politics. And I think a good friend of mine, Pierre Rothschild, maybe on Twitter, one of the brightest minds in Bitcoin, in my opinion, he told me his theory is that Bitcoin is going to bring peace to the Middle East because land is a shitcoin. And land is a shitcoin. And I think he's got a very good point there. That this fixation with land and the bitterness with which people have with land is likely to decline when people are going to have a form of property that they can keep. And so hopefully that will help in one way. And of course, the more obvious way is that this is a conflict of governments, and it's a conflict that is financed by fiat from day one. The entirely insane notion that you could build a national and ethnic homeland. And of course, this is early 20th century, so the idea behind Zionism is coming from the same place where all these other ethnic nationalisms of Europe were emerging, and we saw how well, how horribly these worked out. But the idea that you could, it's one thing to say we want to build a homeland for Germans in Germany. It's one thing to say we want to build a homeland for Germans somewhere else. And that was Palestine, that was Zionism, and that was only possible thanks to fiat, thanks to the ability of the British government and all these other governments to continue to finance this balloon for time. And it continues to finance war, and it continues, see war all over the world continue to escalate because The people who make the decision to escalate the war are not the ones who are paying for it, and they're not the ones who are fighting. They're the ones who sit in offices. And in the case of what's the Middle East, the conflict, it's people who live abroad. It's people who are abroad or not part of it who just are emotionally charged to it because they watch it on TV. So you have billions of Muslims around the world and Jews around the world who feel extremely emotionally attached to it. They're not the ones fighting. They're not the ones paying their own money. They're just getting governments to send money, to send weapons, and to take part. And it's fun as a spectator sport for most of these people because they don't get to live it. But I got to live it. I grew up there. I saw the settlement expansion, and recently, a few weeks ago, I went back for a moment. It's amazing every time you go. The settlements are just growing in an astonishing way. It's not just housing units that are going up. It's an entire attempt to build, to basically suffocate Palestinian areas and force Palestinians to leave or keep them living in horrific conditions.
And if I may, just because I have family in Ukraine and family in Russia, since this war, echoes of similar things are happening in that part of the world too. And I shudder to think about the decades to come of the hate that is brewing, the suffering that is brewing, based on decisions and pressures and um, from not always people directly impacted by this. So again, it feels like that military conflict is not just a creation of people on the ground. It's a creation of leaders, power centers, and and perhaps again I'm not smart enough, but even the monetary system probably has a role to play.
I absolutely think it does. The monetary system is what allows people to just continue to treat war as a spectator sport. That's really what it comes down to. And it started with World War I, and it continued. And this is why really, I think I've said this before. I've tweeted this before. It was a pretty popular tweet, but it also got a lot of people to dismiss the idea with mockery, of course. Uh, but I really think Bitcoin is the only technology that's going to end World War One. Once World War One started, we got into this endless conflict. It's been going ongoing since then. You look at all the world's conflicts, pretty much they all trace back to World War One. And it's because when that Pandora's box of government control of money was opened, there was no longer a real restraint on war except complete defeat and complete destruction and complete death. The war had to be total. Before that, under the gold standard, kings would send professional armies to fight each other in battlefields. And as soon as it became clear that one side was establishing an advantage, the fighting would stop, and the kings would settle, would agree to new terms, because it was extremely expensive to build a professional army, and you ran out of money. So it was always the smartest thing to do was to just stop fighting whenever you could, and wars would take place, and the countries would fight each other in the battlefield. But in the cities, life went on as normal. And people within the same cities, within the cities of the two countries, would be trading with one another. Life would go on, but the war would be there. And it was just an independent part of politics that, all right, we have a problem with this piece of land. Let's duke it out. Let's take it outside. We don't fight in the civilian areas. We go to the battlefield. We fight with professional armies. And in fact, sometimes the conflicts would be, the armies would line up and they would just have a small contingent of the two armies fight with one another, and as soon as one of them establishes an advantage, then all right, well, you won. Let's move on with it. Governments were far, far, far more careful about their monetary policy and their war policy when they couldn't print their money, and that has changed with fiat, and that has allowed this new emergence of this class of what I like to call chicken hawks, of people who sit in office of the entire foreign policy establishment in Washington, D.C. People who have never fought a war, whose children will never fight a war, will never pay to fight a war, will never suffer a broken window in their house because of war. Sitting there and based on these fucking moronic garbage that they teach at moronic fiat universities about politics and geopolitics, making decisions about, we need to invade that country, we need to send war there. And they can do that because they have this endless money. Right? And that's why, back under God, if you were a war, you went to actually join the war. And that, the people who pontificated about war were the people who had experience with war, the people who were sending their own children to war, the people who were fighting with their own money. Now you have all these fat parasitics come sitting in Washington, D.C., deciding, and Washington is just an example, all over the world this exists. People who never fought, who never carried a hospital, are going to devalue the world's money in order to go and have other people's children fight each other because of stupid garbage they learned about politics in the university.
You said you value low-time preference. I have news for you that one day you will die. As far as we know, you're a mortal being. Do you think about your death? Do you think about your mortality? Are you afraid of it?
I spent a lot of time introspecting and thinking about these things, and I value life a lot. I value my time on earth a lot. And you see this in my dealings with people, you go back to Twitter, why am I so brash and straightforward? It really is because life is short. Because I don't want to waste. I think, on my, I've said this before, on my tombstone, let it be with it. He never let anyone waste his time twice in his life.
You kept it short.
Yeah, you can waste my time once. You can get me to do something, and then I realize that was a waste of time. You will never get me to waste my time twice. And so you show up at my Twitter with something stupid, you're never showing up.
You're a fast learner. You give people a chance, but you're a fast learner.
Yeah, so I try and use my time very wisely. And I'm unapologetic about it because my time is the most precious thing, and the way to get my shit started on my shit list forever is to try and take away my time and to abuse my time. If you do that, it's the one it's the one unforgivable thing for me. And I think that's really that's my way of coming to terms with mortality. We're all gonna die, and so let's make the most out of it while we're still here. And of course, the other way you come to terms with mortality is actually.
Given what you just said, uh, doubly so, it's a huge honor that you would spend your valuable time with me. This is the first time you did it, so you probably regret all of it. So we'll probably never see each other again. But I'm glad you at least
great.
took the chance to do it. It's a huge honor. And I've been a huge fan of yours. Like I said, you like it. Impact on the world that you probably not even aware of. It's tremendous. And a lot of people love you, and your work is important. Even, I disagree with some things you say. There's people that disagree with you, but everybody respects you. And thank you so much for spending your really valuable time today, brother.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate it. This was not always done. I'd be happy to do it again. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Safety and News. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with the words from the Austrian economist Friedrich Hayek. Economic control is not merely control of a sector of human life which can be separated from the rest. It is control of the means for all our needs. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
We are becoming cyborgs. Like, our brains are fundamentally changed. Everyone who grew up with electronics, we are fundamentally different from Homo sapiens. I call us Homo techno. I think we have evolved into Homo techno, which is like essentially a new species. Previous technologies, maybe more profound and move us to a certain degree, but I think the computers are what make us Homo techno. I think this is what it's a brain on. So it allows for actual evolution. Like, the computers accelerate the degree which all the other technologies can also be accelerated.
Would you classify yourself as a Homo sapien or a Homo
Definitely. I think we're all.
You're one of the early species.
I think most of us are.
Following this conversation with an artist, musician, songwriter, producer, director, and a fascinating human being, thinks a lot about both the history and the future of human civilization, studying the dark periods of our past to help form an optimistic vision of the future.
this selection of podcast, support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, your friends, here's
Oh yeah, the color looks very good.
you know your stuff. Have you ever used a power lifter?
Yeah, I actually this microphone cloud lifter is used. So.
No. Really?
Yeah, this is like cool.
This mic?
This mic
Cloud lifter?
and yeah, it's a incredible microphone. It's very flattering on vocals. I use this a lot. It's great for demo vocals. It's great in a room. Like sometimes it's easier to record vocals if you're in a room and like the music's playing and you just want to like, feel it and stuff. So it's not in the headphones. And this mic is pretty directional, so I think it's a good mic for like just vibing out, just getting bored with vocals.
Just vibing. Just
Yeah.
in a room.
Anyway, this is the my best microphone.
You're way more badass now. Let's get into it.
I guess so.
One of your names, at least in the space and time, is C. C. And you told me that C means a lot of things. It's the speed of light, it's the render rate of the universe, it's yes in Spanish, the crescent moon, and it happens to be my favorite programming language because it's basically runs the world, but it's also powerful, fast, and is dangerous because you can mess it up with your backflips and all the pointers. But anyway, which of these associations with the name C is the coolest?
I mean, to me, the closest is the speed of light, or speed of light. When I say render rate of the universe, I think I mean the speed of light, because essentially that's what we're rendering it. See, I think we'll know if we're in a simulation if the speed of light changes, because if they can improve their render speed, then
It's already pretty good.
it's already pretty good. But if it improves, then we'll know. We can probably be like, okay, they've upgraded.
What's fast enough for us humans because it seems like it seems immediate. There's no delay. There's no latency in terms of like us humans that are making track of things. But if you're like intergalactic species that could be on a larger scale, then you would stuff like some weird stuff. Or if you can operate in like a lot of black hole, then you would stuff like system render issues.
You can't go past the speed of light, correct? So it really limits our ability, or one's ability to travel space.
Theoretically, you can. You have wormholes. So there's nothing in general relativity that precludes faster speed of light travel, which seems you want to do some really funky stuff with very heavy things that have like weirdnesses that have basically pairs in space. I don't know how to do that.
Doing navigators, I want to do it.
Do my ears?
In space. Basically making our
So the name is C.
yes.
Who are you? Do you think of yourself as multiple people? Are you one person? Do you know, like, this morning you're a different person than you are tonight? We are, I should say, recording this basically at midnight, which is awesome.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think I'm okay.
No, we're right on time. Good morning. Beginning of a new day. So, anyway, I get to say personally, good morning, good evening. Do you guys have multiple people in there, or do you think of yourself as one person? Or maybe you have one clue, or you just chat in the street to yourself?
Okay, some really questions, but
Yeah, because I asked this myself, like, what's the thing, who are you? People tell you to just be yourself.
I mean, I think my personality changes. So I'm a very inconsistent personality. Yeah.
Person to person, the personality.
Like I'll go from being like a megalomaniac to being like, just like a total hermit. It's very shocking.
Some combinatorial combination of you.
Yeah, maybe. But I think everyone's like that. Maybe not.
Well, not everybody acknowledges it, which is introspective. What brings that? What kind of person brings that as an artist? Can you introspect this?
I'm like your best friend. Like people I can. When I'm like super confident and I know that you're gonna understand everything I'm saying, like your best friends. When I can start being really funny, that's always my like peak mode. But it's like, yeah, it's a lot to get there.
Let's talk about constraint. We talked about constraint. as an artist or as a human being, or do they get well? Do you like the constraints of creating music and creating art and living life? Do you like the constraints that this world puts on you? Or
If constraints are moving, then you're good, right? Like it's like as we are progressing with technology, we're changing the constraints of like artistic creation. You know, making video and music and stuff is getting a lot cheaper. There's constantly new software, making it faster and easier. We have so much more freedom than we had in the 70s. Like when Michael Jackson, when they recorded Thriller with this microphone, like they had to use like a mixing desk and all this stuff. And like probably even get the studios really expensive. You have to be a really good singer. You have to know how to use like the mixing desk and everything. And now I can just, make every whole album on this computer. I have a lot more freedom, but then I'm also constrained in different ways because there's like literally millions more artists. It's like a much bigger playing field. And it's just like I didn't learn music. I'm not an actual musician, so I don't know anything about actual music. I just know about like the computer. So I'm really kind of just like messing around and like, trying stuff.
well, yeah, I mean, the nature of music is changing. So you're saying you don't know actual music, but music is changing. Music is becoming. You talked about this is becoming. It's like merging with technology.
Yeah.
It's becoming something more than just like the notes on the piano. It's becoming some weird composition that requires hearing skills, programming skills, some kind of human robot interaction skills. It's still some of the same things that Michael Jackson had, which is like a good ear, a good sense of taste of what's good and not the final thing that is put together. But you're enabled, empowered with a laptop to layer stuff. Start like layering the same amounts of stuff. And it's super easy to do that.
I do think music production is a really underrated art form. I don't really don't appreciate it. When I look at publishing splits, the way that people like pay producers and stuff, it's super. I consider it deeply underrated. Like so many of the songs that are popular right now over the last 20 years, like part of the reason they're popular is because the production is really interesting, really sick, or really cool. And it's like I don't think listeners, like people just don't really understand what music production is. It's not. It's sort of like this weird, discombobulated art form. It's not like a formal because it's so new. There isn't like a formal training path for it. It's driven by like autodidact. Like it's like almost everyone I know who's been in production. Like, they didn't go to music school or anything. They just taught themselves.
They're mostly different. The music producers are not. Is there some commonalities that tie them together, or are they all just different kinds of weirdos? Because I just hung out with Rick Rubin.
Yeah, I love. I mean, Rick Rubin is like literally one of the gods of music production. Like he's one of the people who first, who like made music production, made the production as important as the actual lyrics or the rest.
But the thing he does, which is interesting, I don't know if you can speak to that, is hanging out with him, essentially just sit there in silence, close his eyes, and listen. It's like he almost does nothing. And that nothing somehow gives you freedom to be the best version of yourself. So that's music production somehow too, which is like encouraging you to do less, to simplify, to like push towards minimalism.
I mean, I work differently for Rick Rubin because Rick Rubin produces for other artists, whereas like I mostly produce for myself. So it's a very different situation. I also think Rick Rubin, he's in that I would say advanced category producer where like you've like earned you can have an engineer and stuff and people like do stuff for you. But I usually just like do stuff myself.
You're the engineer, the producer, and the artist.
Yeah, I guess I would say I'm in the era, like the post-Rick Rubin era. Like I come from the kind of like Skrillex school of thought, which is like where you are, yeah, the engineer, producer, artist. Like, I mean, lately sometimes I'll work with a producer now. I'm gently, sort of delicately starting to collaborate a bit more, but like I think I'm kind of from the whatever 2010s explosion of things where everything became available on the computer, and you kind of got this like lone wizard energy thing going.
So you embrace the loneliness. Is the loneliness somehow an engine of creativity? Like, so most of your stuff, most of your creative, quote unquote, genius in quotes is in the privacy of your own mind.
Yes. Oh, well, it was. But here's the thing. I was talking to Daniel F. and he said, he's like, most artists think about 10 years, like 10 good years, and then they usually stop making their like vital shit. And I feel like I'm sort of like nearing the end of my 10 years on my own. And
So you have to become somebody else.
now I'm in the process of somebody else reinventing. When I work with other people, because I've never worked with other people, I find that I make like that I'm exceptionally rejuvenated and making like some of the most vital work I've ever made. So because I think another human brain is like one of the best tools you can possibly find. Like
It's a funny way to put it.
it's like if a tool is like whatever HP plus one or like has some like stats to your character, like another human brain is right is something like
I love this. We should also mention we're playing tavern music before this, and which I love. Which I first, I think I.
stop the tower.
Yeah, because it doesn't the audio.
Okay.
It makes the
Yeah, it'll make it
added
podcast.
post.
No one knows.
It probably would, but it makes me reminds me of a video game, like a role-playing video game where you have experience. There's something really joyful about wandering places like Elder Scrolls, like Skyrim, just exploring uh, these landscapes in another world, and then you get experience points, and you can work on different skills. Somehow you progress in life. It's simple. It doesn't have some of the messy complexities of life. And that's usually a bad guy you can fight in Skyrim with dragons and so on. I'm sure in Elden Ring there's a bunch of monsters. I love that.
I feel like Elden Ring. I feel like it's a good analogy to music production because it's like I feel like the engineers and the people creating these open worlds are. It's sort of like similar to music producers, where it's like this hidden archetype that like no one really understands what they do and no one really knows who they are, but they're like it's like the artist engineer because it's like it's both art and fairly complex.
Well, you're saying they don't get enough credit. Aren't you kind of changing that for becoming the person doing everything? Isn't the engineer?
Well, I mean, others have gone before. There's like Timbaland for like there's all these people that are like, very famous for this. But I just think I think people get confused about what it is and just don't really know what it is per se. And it's just when I see a song like when there's like a hit song, like I'm just trying to think of like just going for like even just a basic pop hit um what's it like Rules by Dua Lipa or something. The production on that is actually like really crazy. I mean the song is also great, but it's like the production is exceptionally memorable. Like and it's just like no one. I don't even know who produced that song. It just like isn't part of like the rhetoric of how we discuss the creation of art. We just sort of like don't consider the music producer because I think the music producer used to be more just simply recording things.
Yeah, that's interesting because when you think about movies, we talk about the actor and the actresses, but we also talk about the directors.
Yeah.
We don't talk about like that music as often.
The Beatles music producer was one of the first kind of one of the first people to introduce some crazy sound design in pop music. I forget his name. I forget his name, but like he was doing all the weird stuff like dropping piano.
To get the sound, to get that sound. What about lyrics? I think those, where did they fit into Humphrey? I was heartbroken to learn that Elvis didn't write his songs. I was very mad.
A lot of people don't understand.
I understand this, but
here's the thing. I feel like there's this desire for authenticity. I used to be like really mad when like people would write a piece and then I realized there's all this like weird bitterness and like agroness of art about authenticity. But I had this kind of have like weird realizations recently, where I started thinking that like art is sort of a decentralized collective thing. Like, um, like art is kind of a conversation with all the artists that have ever lived before you. You know, like it's like you're really just sort of it's not like anyone's reinventing the wheel here. Like you're kind of just taking thousands of years of art and like running it through your own little algorithm and then like making your interpretation of it.
You're just joining the conversation with all the other artists. Like, that's so beautiful.
Like and it's like I feel like everyone's always like there's always copyright and IP and this and that or authenticity and it's just like I think we need to stop seeing this as this like egotistical thing of like oh the creative genius, the lone creative genius and this or that. Because it's like I think art shouldn't be about that. I think art is something that sort of brings humanity together. And it's also art is also kind of a collective memory of humans. It's like we don't give a fuck about whatever ancient Egypt, like how much grain got spent that day and sending the workers and like, like who went where and how many shields need to be produced for this. Like we just remember the art. And it's like, it's like in our day-to-day life, there's all this stuff that seems more important than art, because it helps us function and survive. But when all this is gone, like the only thing that's really going to be left is the art. The technology will be obsolete.
It's impressive.
Like the humans will be dead.
That is true. A good compression of human history is the art we generated across the different centuries, of different millennia. So when aliens come,
When the aliens come, they're going to find the hieroglyphics of pyramids.
I mean, art can be broadly defined. You may find like the engineering office, bridges, the rockets, the.
I guess it's classified as architecture is art.
Yes.
True. I consider engineering in those formats to be art, for sure.
It sucks that digital art is easier to delete. Like version apocalypse, nuclear war, that can disappear.
Yeah.
In the physical world. Something's still valuable about the application of art. It sucks that like music, for example, has to be played basically.
Yeah, I mean, I do think we should have a foundation type situation where we like, how we have like seed banks up in the north and stuff.
Yeah.
And we should probably have like a solar powered or geothermal little bunker that like has all human knowledge.
You mentioned that you like Spotify. What do you think about that as an artist? What's Spotify? Is that empowering? Like to me, Spotify service as a consumer is super exciting. It makes it easy for me to access music from all kinds of artists. Get to explore all kinds of music. Make it super easy to sort of curate my own playlist and have fun with all that. It was so liberating to let go. I used to collect albums and CDs and so on, like hoard albums.
Yeah.
Like they matter. But the reality, that was really liberating. I could let go of that. Letting go of the albums you're kind of collecting allows you to find new music, explore new artists, and all that kind of stuff. But I know from the perspective of an artist, like you mentioned, competition could be a kind of constraint. So there's more and more artists on the platform.
I think it's better that there's more artists. I mean, again, this might be propaganda because this is a conversation with Daniel X, so this could easily be propaganda. Dude, like,
we're all a victim of somebody's propaganda, so let's just accept this.
But Daniel X was telling me that, at the, because I, when I met him, I came real serious about Spotify, like I drilled it super hard, so I got his answer this year. But he was saying, like, at the sort of peak of the CD industry, there was like 20,000 artists making millions and millions of dollars. Like there was just like a very tiny 1%. And Spotify has kind of democratized the industry because now I think he said there's about 1 million artists making a good living from Spotify. And when I heard that, I was like, honestly, I would rather make less money and have just like a decent living and have more artists be able to have that. Even though I wish we could include everyone, but
yeah, that's really hard to argue with. YouTube is the same. YouTube's mission, they want to basically have as many creators as possible make a living, some kind of living.
Yeah.
And that's so hard to argue with.
But I think there's better ways to do it. My manager, I actually she was here. I project Bravo. My manager is building an app that can manage you, so it'll like help you organize your percentages and get your publishing and da da da. So you can take all the middlemen, so you can have a bigger. It'll like automate it, so you can get automate management, publishing, like and legal. It's read the app is built to read your contract and like tell you about it. Because one of the issues with music right now, it's not that we're not getting paid enough, but it's that the art industry is filled with middlemen because artists are not good at business. And from the beginning, like Frank Sinatra, it's all mob stuff. Like the music industry, is run by business people, not the artists, and the artists really get very small cuts of like what they make. And so, I think part of the reason I'm a technocrat, which I mean, your fans are going to be technocrats. So they're not going to be mad at me about this, but like my fans hate it when I say this kind of thing, or the general public, they don't like technocrats. Like when I watched Family with Alita, and they were like, the Martian technocracy, and I was like, yeah, Martian technocracy, and then they were like, you're evil, and I was like, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, it's Martian technocracy.
Yeah, so your intuition of technocrats create some kind of beautiful.
For example, what my manager's working on is you can create an app that removes the need for a lawyer, and you can have smart contracts on the blockchain. Removes the need for like management and organizing all this stuff that like can read your stuff and explain it to you. You can collect your royalties. Like then the amount of money that you're getting from Spotify actually means a lot more, and goes a lot further.
You can remove some of the bureaucracies and the inefficiencies that make life not as great as it could be.
Yeah, I think the issue isn't that there's not enough. Like the issue is that there's inefficiency, and I'm really into this positive sum mindset. The win-win mindset of like instead of fighting over the scrap, how we make the or worrying about scarcity. Like instead of a scarcity mindset, why don't we just increase the efficiency? And in that way,
Expand the size of the pie. Let me ask about experimentation. So you say, which is beautiful, being a musician is like having a conversation with those who keep it for you. How much of creating music is like kind of having that conversation, trying to fit into the cultural trends, and how much of it is like trying to, as much as possible, being outside of something totally new? Like when you're thinking, when you're experimenting, are you trying to be totally different, totally weird? Or are you trying to fit in?
I mean, this is so hard because I feel like I'm kind of in the process of slowly retiring from music. So it's like
Yeah, bring it back. Bring it from like the shelf, put it on the table for a couple of minutes, and just poke it.
I think it's a bit of both because I think forcing yourself to engage with new music is really great for neuroplasticity. Like I think as people, part of the reason music is marketed at young people is because young people are very neuroplastic. So like if you're 16 to like 23 or whatever, it's gonna be really easy for you to love new music. And if you're older than that, it gets harder. And I think one of the beautiful things about being a musician is I just constantly force myself to listen to new music, and I think my brain is really plastic. And I think this is a really good exercise. I just think everyone should do this. You listen to music and you hate it, I think you just keep force yourself to like, okay, well, why do people like it? And like, make your brain form new neural pathways and be more open to change.
It's really brilliant, actually. Sorry to interrupt, but that exercise is really amazing to sort of embrace change, embrace to practice neuroplasticity, because like that's one of the things you fall into a certain band and just kind of stay with that for us.
Yeah.
And you never understand the amount of music. It's really good exercise.
Most of the streaming on Spotify is like new music makes up a very small chunk of what is played on Spotify, and I think this is like not a good time for us as a species. I think.
So it's a good measure of the species of reminding us to change. It's how often it's new music.
Yeah.
The brain. Let's put the music brain and back in the shelf and pull out futurist brain for a second. In what wild ways do you think the future, say in 30 years, maybe 50 years, maybe 100 years, would be different from our current way of life? We could talk about augmented reality, virtual reality, maybe robots, maybe space travel, maybe video games, maybe genetic engineering, and keep going, cyborgs, aliens, world wars, maybe destructive nuclear wars, good and bad. When you think about the future, what do you it's the weirdest environment?
Have you read Surface Detail by Ian Banks? Surface Detail is my favorite. Oh, wow, you have to read this book. It's literally the greatest science fiction book that possibly ever.
Ian Banks is good, yeah, for sure.
Wait, go ahead.
Just to play your games.
I read that titles can't be copyrighted. Not like game.
Nice.
Yeah, so you can name your album. Like I always,
Romeo and Juliet, something.
I always wanted to name an album War and Peace.
Nice.
Like that would be like you.
That is good. That's a good. You know,
You can do that. Also, things that are.
for people who have no clue, you do have a song.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So Ian Banks' Surface Detail is, in my opinion, the best future that I've ever read about or heard about with science fiction. Basically, there's the relationship with superintelligence, like artificial superintelligence, is just it's like great. I want to credit the person who coined this term. I love this term, and I feel like young women don't get enough credit for it. Yeah, so if you go to Protopia Futures on Instagram,
First one is almost pretty scared. After that, I'm doing
Monica feels right. I'm saying it wrong. And I'm probably butchering this a bit, but Protopia is sort of, if utopia is unattainable, Protopia is sort of like,
that's an awesome Instagram. Good features.
a future that is, as good as we can get.
The future positive future AI is this a centralized AI? In the surface detail, or is it distributed kind of AIs?
They mostly exist as giant super ships, like sort of like the guild ships in Dune. Like they're these giant ships that can kind of move people around, and the ships are sentient, and they can talk to all the passengers. And I mean, there's a lot of different types of AI in the Banksian future, but in the opening scene of Surface Detail, there's this place called the Culture, and the Culture is basically a Protopian future. And a Protopian future, I think, is like a future that is like, obviously it's not utopia, it's not perfect, and like as like striving for utopia, I think feels hopeless, and it's sort of like maybe not the best terminology to be using. So it's like it's pretty good, like mostly like super intelligence and biological beings exist fairly in harmony. There's not too much war. There's like as close to equality as you can get. It's like approximately a good future. Like there's really awesome stuff. It's and the in the opening scene, this girl, she's born as a sex slave outside of the culture, so she's in a society that doesn't adhere to the cultural values. She tries to kill the guy who is her like master, but he kills her. But unbeknownst to her, she's traveling on a ship through the culture with him one day. A ship put neural links in her head, and neural links is sort of like it's basically a Neuralink, because life imitates art. But she wakes up and the opening scene her memory has been uploaded by this neural link when she's been killed, and now she gets to choose a new body, and this AI is interfacing with her recorded memory in her neural lakes, and helping her and being like, hello, you're dead, but because you have neural lakes, your memory's uploaded, you want to choose a new body, and you're going to be born here in the culture and like start a new life, that's like the opening. It's like so sick.
And the ship was the superintelligence.
All the shit.
But they still want to preserve the kind of rich, fulfilling experience they do.
Yeah, like they're like friends with the humans, and then there's a bunch of ships that don't want to exist biological beings, but they just have their own place, like way over there.
But they don't. They just do their own thing. They're not necessarily. There's a pretty. This utopian existence pretty peaceful.
Yeah, I mean, and then for example, one of main fights in the book is they're fighting. There's these artificial hells and people are don't think it's ethical to have artificial hell. Like basically, when people do crime, they get sent. Like when they die, their memory gets sent to an artificial hell, and they're eternally tortured. And so, and then the way that society is deciding whether or not to have the artificial hell is that they're having these simulated. They're having like a simulated war. So instead of actual blood, people are basically essentially fighting in a video game to choose the outcome of this.
But they're still experiencing the suffering. Right, it's artificial hell, but no, can you experience stuff? But
So the artificial hell sucks, and a lot of people in the culture want to artificial hell.
simulated wars, are they happening?
So the simulated wars are happening outside of the artificial hell between the political factions, so this political faction says we should have simulated hell to deter crime, and this political faction is saying no, simulated hell is ethical. And so instead of like having blowing each other up with nukes, they're having like a giant war to decide this, which to me that's protopia. That's like, okay, we can have war without death. I don't think there should be simulated hells. I think that is definitely one of the ways in which technology could go very, 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 very wrong.
So almost punching people in the digital space.
Yeah, like torturing people's memories.
So either as a deterrent, like if you commit a crime, but also just a personal pleasure if there's some sleep-demented humans in this world. Dan Carlin actually has this episode, Hardcore History, Painful Statement.
Oh, that episode?
It's dark because he kind of goes through human history and says like we as humans simply secretly enjoy or used to be openly enjoyed because of the torture and the death, watching the death and torture of other people.
I do think if people were consenting, we should be allowed to have fun.
But consent is hard to achieve in those situations. It always starts getting slippery. Like it could be also forced. It's like it starts getting weird.
Yeah.
With way too much excitement. Like this is what he highlights. There's something about human nature that wants to see that violence. And it's really dark. And you hope that we can sort of overcome that aspect of human nature, but that's still limited. We did that stuff.
Well, I think that's what we're doing right now. I have this feeling that what is very important about the current moment is that all of the evolution has been survival of the fittest up until now, and at some point, the lines are kind of fuzzy, but in the recent past, or maybe even just right now, we're getting to this point where we can choose intelligent design. Like we probably since like the integration of the iPhone, like we are becoming cyborgs. Like our brains are fundamentally changed. Everyone who grew up with electronics, we are fundamentally different from Homo sapiens. I call us Homo techno. I think we have evolved into Homo techno, which is like essentially a new species. Like if you look at the way if you took an MRI of my brain and you took an MRI of like a medieval brain, I think it would be very different the way that it has evolved.
Do you think when historians look back at this time, they'll see like this was a fundamental shift in what a human being is?
I think I do not think we are still Homo sapiens. I believe we are Homo techno, and I think we have evolved. And I think right now the way we are evolving, we can choose how we do that. And I think we would be very reckless about how we're doing that. Like we're just having social media, but I think this idea that like this is a time to choose intelligent design should be taken very seriously. Like now is the moment to reprogram the human computer. It's like if you go blind, your visual cortex will get taken over with other functions. We can choose our own evolution. We can change the way our brains work, and so we actually have a huge responsibility to do that. And I think I'm not sure who should be responsible for that, but there's definitely not adequate education. We're being inundated with all this technology that's fundamentally changing the physical structure of our brains, and we are not adequately responding to that to choose how we want to evolve. And we could evolve, we could be really whatever we want. And I think this is a really important time. And I think if we choose correctly and we choose wisely, consciousness could exist for a very long time, and integration with AI could be extremely positive. And I don't think enough people are focusing on this specific situation.
Do you think we might irreversibly screw things up and get things wrong now? Because the flip side of that, seems humans are pretty adaptive. So maybe the way we figure things out is by screwing it up. Like social media, over a generation, we'll see the negative effects of social media, and then we put new social medias, and we just keep improving stuff, and then we learn from failure from the failures of the past. Because humans seem to be really adaptive. On the flip side, if we can get it wrong in a way where, like, literally create weapons of war or increase hate past a certain threshold, we can really do it right.
I mean, I think that is those negative things, but I would actually say, one of the things that I think people are noticing is, like, if you look at Silicon Valley and you look at, like, whatever, the technocracy, like, what's been happening there, like, it's like when Silicon Valley started, it was all just, like, Facebook and all this, like, for-profit crap that, like, really wasn't particular. I guess it was useful, but it was sort of just, like, whatever. But, like, now you see, like, lab-grown meat, like, compostable, or, like, biodegradable, like, cutlery, or, like, like, meditation apps. I think we are actually evolving and changing, and technology is changing. I think maybe there isn't quite enough education about this, and also I don't know if there's, like, quite enough incentive for it, because I think the way capitalism works, what we define as profit, we're also working with old models what we define as profit. I really think if we changed the idea of profit to include social good, you can have, like, economic profit, social good also counting as profit, would incentivize things that are more useful and more whatever spiritual technology or quantum technology, or things that help reprogram the human computer in a good way, or things that help us intelligently design our new brains.
Yeah, there's no reason why within the framework of capitalism, the word profit or the idea of profit can't also incorporate the well-being of a human being. So, like, long-term well-being, long-term happiness.
Or even, for example, we were talking about motherhood, like, part of the reason I'm so late, I had to get baby fed. And so I keep thinking about motherhood, how under capitalism, it's like this extremely essential job that is very difficult, that is not compensated, and we sort of, like, value things by how much we compensate them. And so we really devalue motherhood in our society and pre-industrial societies. Like, capitalism does not recognize motherhood. It's just a job that you're supposed to do for free. And it's like, but I feel like producing great humans should be seen as a great, as profit under capitalism. Like, that's like a huge social good. Like, every awesome human that gets made adds so much to the world. So, like, if that was integrated into the profit structure, then, and if we potentially found a way to compensate motherhood.
So, come up with a compensation that's much broader than just money.
Or it could just be money. Like, what if we just made, I don't know, but I don't know how to pay for that. Like, I mean, that's where we start thinking from.
Reallocation of resources that people get upset over.
But, like, what if we made, like, a motherhood down?
Yeah.
Well, and use it to fund, like, single mothers, like, pay for making babies.
So, I mean, if you create and put beautiful things out to the world, that could be companies, that could be bridges, that could be art, that could be a lot of things, that could be children, which are,
or education,
anything that could just be valued by society, that should be somehow incorporated into the framework of what, as a market, and what, like, if you contribute children to this world, that should be valued, respected, and kind of celebrated, like, proportional to what it is, which is it's the thing that fuels human civilization.
Yeah, like, I
feel
like everyone's always saying, I mean, I think we're in very spirits, but everyone's always saying, like, just capitalism. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't think everyone should everything. Like, I don't think we should not have there's almost no way to do that with a police state, you know. But obviously capitalism has major flaws. And I think actually Mac, if you showed me this idea called social capitalism, which is a form of capitalism that just like considers social good to be also profit. Like, you know, it's like right now companies need to like at first they grow every quarter or whatever to like show that you're functioning well, but it's like, okay, well, what if you kept the same amount of profit, you're still in the green, but then you have also all the social goods? Like, do you really need all this extra economic growth, or could you add this social good and that counts? I am an economist. I have no idea how this could be achieved.
I would think economists know how anything could be achieved either, but they pretend it's the thing. They construct a model and they go on TV shows and sound like an expert. That's the definition of economist. How did being a mother, becoming a mother, change you as a human being?
Man, I think it kind of changed everything, and it's still changing. It's actually changing the world right now.
Like today, like this.
Just like they get into the world up most recent months and stuff.
Can you elucidate that? How change? Like when you wake up in the morning, you look at yourself as a kid. Who are you? How would you become different? Would you say?
I think it's just really reorienting my priorities. And at first, I was really fighting against that because I somehow felt it was like a failure of feminism or something. Like I felt like it was like bad if like my kids started mattering more than my work. And then like more recently, I started sort of analyzing that thought to myself and being like, that's also kind of a construct. It's like we've just devalued motherhood so much in our culture that like I feel guilty for caring about my kids more than I care about my work.
So feminism includes breaking out of whatever the construct is. So
Yeah,
just continually breaking. It's like freedom, empower you to be free, and that means.
but it also like being a mother, like I'm so much more creative. Like I cannot believe the massive amount of brain growth that
What do you think that is? Just because like the stakes are higher somehow?
I think it's like it's just so trippy watching consciousness emerge. It's like going on a crazy journey or something. It's like the craziest science fiction novel you could ever read. It's just so crazy watching consciousness come into being. And then at the same time, like you're forced to value your time so much. Like when I have creative time now, it's so sacred. I need to like be really freaking on it. But the other thing is that I used to just be like a cynic, and I used to just want like my last album was called Misanthropocene, and it was like this like it was like a study in villainy, like or like it was like, well, what if we have instead of old gods, we have like new gods, and it's like Misanthropocene is like misanthrope, like and Anthropocene, like the like into the goddess of climate change or whatever, and she's like destroying the world, and it was just like it was like dark, and it was like a study in villainy, and it was just like I used to like have no problem with making cynical, angry, scary art. And not that there's anything wrong with that, but I think having kids just makes you such an optimist. It just inherently makes you want to be an optimist so bad that like I feel the moral responsibility to make more optimistic things. And I get a lot of shit for it because everyone's like, oh, you're so privileged. Stop talking about like pie in the sky, stupid concepts, and focus on like the now. But it's like, I think if we don't ideate about futures that could be good, we won't be able to get them. If everything is Blade Runner, then we're going to end with Blade Runner. It's like, as we said earlier, life imitates art. Like, life really does imitate art. And so we really need more protopian or utopian art. I think this is incredibly essential for the future of humanity. And I think the current discourse where that's seen as the thinking about protopia or utopia is seen as a dismissal of the problems that we currently have, I think that is an incorrect mindset. And like having kids just makes me want to imagine amazing futures that like maybe I won't be able to build, but they will be able to build if they want to.
Yeah, it does seem like ideation is a precursor to creation. Like, you have to imagine you know, to be able to build it. There's a sad thing about human nature that they somehow a cynical view of the world is seen as an insightful view. You know, cynicism is often confused for insight, which is sad to see. And optimism is confused for naivete.
Yes, yes.
You don't. You're blinded by maybe your privilege or whatever. You're blinded by something, but you're certainly blinded. It's sad. That's sad to see because it seems like the optimistic will also create our future. They're the ones that build. In order to build a crazy thing, you have to be optimistic. You have to be either stupid or excited or passionate or mad enough to actually believe that it can be built. And also people think.
My favorite quote of all time is from Star Wars Episode 8, which I know everyone hates. Do you like Star Wars Episode 8?
No. I don't have a strong feelings about it. Let me backtrack. I don't have strong feelings about Star Wars.
I just want
I'm a
to
Tolkien person. I'm more into dragons and orcs and ogres.
yeah, I mean, I really want to have more. I thought Tao Techno Tolkien would be cool.
Like,
And well, then Tao is 62825. And then techno is obviously the best genre of music, but also like
it just sounds really good. Yeah, that's right.
um,
That's a good.
but Star Wars Episode 8. I know everyone personally, on the record, I think it's the best Star Wars. Um,
Stuck in trouble today. So what?
but don't kill what you hate, save what you love.
Don't kill what you hate.
Don't kill what you hate, save what you love. And I think we're in society right now. We're in a diagnosis mode. We're diagnosing. We're trying to kill what we hate, and we're not trying to save what we love enough. And it's there's this Buckle Support quote, which I'm going to butcher because I don't remember correctly, but it's something along the lines of don't like try to destroy the old bad models, render them obsolete with better models. You know, maybe we don't just destroy the oil industry. Maybe we just create great new battery technology and sustainable transport, and just make it economically unreasonable to continue to rely on fossil fuels. You know, it's like don't kill what you hate, say what you love. Like make new things and just render the old things unusable. You know, it's like if the college debt is so bad, like and universities are so expensive, like and this like I feel like education is becoming obsolete. You know, I feel like we could completely revolutionize education and we can make it free. And it's like you go to J store and like you have to pay to get all the studies and everything. Like, what if we created a DAO that like bought J store, or we created a DAO that was funding studies and all of those studies were open source, like or free for everyone. And like what if we just open source education, decentralized education, and made it free, and like all research was on the internet, and like all the outcomes of studies are on the internet, and you know, like, and no one has student debt, and you just take tests when you apply for a job, and if you're qualified, then you can work there. This is just like,
No,
I don't know how anything works. I'm just randomly ranting,
you got to think from just basic first principles. Like, what is the problem? What's broken? What are some ideas? That's it. And get excited about those ideas and share your excitement, and don't tear each other down.
It's just when you kill things, you often end up killing yourself. Like war is not a one-sided. Like, you're not going to go in and kill them. Like, you're going to get stabbed. It's like, and I think when I talk about this nexus point of that we're in this society where we're switching to intelligent design, I think part of our switch to intelligent design is that we need to choose nonviolence, and we need to I think we can choose to start. I don't think we can eradicate violence from our species, because I think we need it a little bit, but I think we can choose to really reorient our primitive brains that are fighting over scarcity and fight and um, that are so attack oriented and move into we can optimize for creativity and building.
Yeah, I think if you think how that happens, some of it is just education, some of it is living life and introspecting your own mind and trying to live up to the better angels of human nature for each one of us. All those kinds of things that scale. That's how we can sort of start to minimize the amount of destructive war in our world. And that's to me, like probably you're the same. Technology is it's a really promising way to do that. Like social media should be a really promising way to do that. It's a way to connect. For the most part, I really enjoy social media. I just throw out the negative stuff. I don't engage with any of the negative stuff. Just not even like by blocking or any of that kind of stuff, but just not letting it enter my mind. Like, just like when somebody says something negative, I see it, I immediately think positive thoughts about them, and I just forget they exist. After that, just move on, because like that negative energy, if I return the negative energy, they're going to get excited in a negative way right back, and it's just this kind of vicious cycle. You would think technology would assist us in this process of letting go, of not taking things personally, of not engaging in the negativity, but unfortunately, social media profits from the negativity, so the current moment.
I mean, social media is like a gun. Like, you should take a course before you use it. Like it's like this is what I mean. Like when I say programming, like in school, you should learn about how social media optimizes to raise your cortisol levels and make you angry and crazy and stressed. And like you should learn how to have hygiene about how you use social media. But you can choose not to some negative stuff. But I'm not sure social media should. I guess it should exist. I'm not sure. I mean, we're in the messy. It's just the experimental phase.
Yes, early days. I don't even know when you say social media. I don't know what that means. We're in the very early days. Social media is just basic human connection in the digital realm. That I think it should exist. There's so many ways to do it that way. There's so many ways to do it the good way. There's all discussions, all the same human rights. We talk about freedom of speech. We talk about sort of violence in the space of digital media. We talk about hate speech. All these things that we have to figure out back in the day in the physical space, we're now figuring out in the digital space. And it's like baby stages.
When the printing press came out, it was like pure chaos. It's like when you when there's a massive information injection into the general population, there's just going to be like I feel like the printing press. I don't have the years, but when the printing press came out, shit got really fucking bad for a minute, but then we got like, and so it's like I think this is like the second coming of the printing press. We're probably gonna have some shitty times for a minute, and then we're gonna have to recalibrate to have a better understanding of how we consume media and how we deliver media.
Speaking of programming the human computer, you mentioned Baby X. So there's this young consciousness coming to be, came from a cell, like that whole thing. It came from DNA.
Yeah.
And that this baby computer just like grows and grows and grows and grows. Now there's a conscious being with extremely impressive cognitive capabilities. With
have you met him?
Yes, he's really smart.
He's really smart. Yeah.
Really,
yeah. He does. I don't know a lot of other babies. Or he seems
I don't know how babies often, but this baby was really impressive.
He does a lot of pranks and stuff.
Oh, so he's like
he'll give you a treat and take it away. Like stuff like that.
So he's like a chess player. So here's a cognitive sort of, there's a computer being programmed. So he's taking in the environment, interacting with a specific set of humans. How would you, first of all, what is it? Well, let me ask. I want to ask, how do you program this computer? And also, how do you make sense of that there's a conscious being right there that wasn't there before?
It's given me a lot of crisis thoughts. I think that's part of the reason is like I'm struggling with focus on art and stuff right now. Maybe actually becoming conscious it's just reoriented my brain. Like my brain is suddenly totally shifting. I'm like, oh shit, raise children like I hate all the things that's I mean I hate all the artists and that and like all this stuff. Everything
There he is. Happy birthday, big dog. How are you?
The programming languages we're using to program these computers is good.
Oh shit! I'm so sorry.
I'm
so sorry.
Answers and what to do.
No, I fucked up.
Really
I
hard
fucked
about
up.
writing.
I fucked up major.
With him, Really.
No, I was all ready for it at midnight and everything. And fuck. Okay.
But like, I think it's the most sort of like, I feel like it's the highest arm big compliment. Like it really speaks. There's almost no talking in it. It's really
okay.
simple.
So I had
the dialogue is super
a friend of mine.
and it's like a 1 to 3 year old can like really connect with it. Like it feels like it's almost aimed at like a 1 to 3 year old. But it's like great art and it's so imaginative and it's so beautiful and like the first time I showed it to him, he was just like so invested in it. Unlike anything else.
It just was
like crying when they cried.
Just
like having this roller coaster of
this bitch is so
like, and he learned.
I had a friend of mine who his birthday was I just kind of connected that. I should have gotten that present and then the other thing is, it's just subconsciously like it's right before the the change that you do, and so I didn't try that one. Well, okay, so happy 364th day of being 38. Exactly. How you doing? That's right. There you go. I'm a year older than you. I've gotten used to saying people ask me 38, and then I have now moved to 39, and then it's a countdown to 40, which I'm not too thrilled about, but it can happen. Like 29 to 30 was like 39 to 40, that was ridiculous. I don't know, I feel after that 39 to 50, but there's a reason why, like, all of the people on TV always say that they're celebrating their 39th birthday when they're like 50 years old, 70 years old, whatever. All right, well, I fucked that. Wouldn't be the first time people ask me, what's new in your neck of the woods? Did you ever get did you ever get your hanging table back? What do you call it? The version. Okay. Okay. So oh, yeah. Um, exactly. Just remember, one of my devices crashed, and I just gotta restart it. Okay, I got all kinds of news. Not really, but kind of. I got shit that's entertaining, but just give me 2 minutes. I gotta work it out. Thank you. Um, okay, so what to do? I have been live in Ross's um, this month, like 6 months or something, and I never talked to anyone. I don't know if I ever had help. Maybe once or twice spoken to someone in there, but definitely never anything. And last night I looked at my phone and it was just like message after message after message after message from people in there who were like, "Come talk to us. You're such a douche," and all this other stuff. I'm like, okay, wonder what's going on. So the guy who really, one of the guys who's like changed their profile picture for me in there, his name is Biggest Loser on the internet. And I'm like, okay, all right, you got. And I noticed that this guy would always be in there when I'm just in there, but like nobody else is in there. And so there were a few people in there, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And they're like, no way. He used to be. Yes, what's going on? How can I help you? I see that you guys are, you message me or whatever. How can I help you? They're like, all right, we're going to give you the opportunity. Just tell us about yourself. Tell us about it. And I spoke to them for like an hour at least. Well, maybe it felt like an hour. And just waiting over. And basically by the end of it, these are guys who I sent requests to like 6 months ago. They never, responded to anything. And then immediately they just said, after they get a chance to talk with me, they accept my friend request. Um, and it was something that I felt just like, all right, I'm basically like this enigma, like this mystery. But once I open up and talk to them, then I agree to it. But it takes me a while because I don't want to get in trouble for self promotion. And basically, like if I've been in there for 6 months, I know that all the moderators know who I am. And if anybody wants to kick me out, then I probably can get back in. But it's only until you built this trust with them that you're able to do that. So then I noticed that like throughout the day, we had a lot more people in there, and those guys are like defending me, which is exactly according to my plan. That's exactly what I want. And so I've got Biggest Loser on the internet. Okay, so then we got this Wall Street Bets discipline, which these guys are just absolutely awful. But it's like I just got it. And so I noticed like, when I first got in there, I would just take shit all the time. They would just kick me out. They were just kind of bullies. And now I've gained some friends in there. And so people, like before, they would make fun of me, and everybody would just dogpile me. But now they're like, don't make fun of them. I'm like, what's your problem? Like, what? And then people are like, what? We don't do that anymore? They're like, no, he's cool. Shut up. And I just find that to be incredibly heartwarming. I created a GIF, which I don't normally create GIFs, but it works in. I'll send it to you. It's my own little creation. It isn't super good, and that's what I love about it. That uh, it isn't perfect, but let's see. Let's see. So if I send it to you, this one is scientific. Fuck that, man. I'll just shoot it. Dude, I want to send it to you. I don't actually. I mean, you can send it. If you have something super big that you want to send it, you can send it to me. And what I'm saying is, I don't want to. I don't want to know. Okay. Welcome. How are you, Damn Rat 100? We were talking about you. Were like, when is Damn Rat 100 going to come? You didn't want to talk to me. Anyway, so what is it? Well, it's like this two different, just three different pictures. But I get like huge message in there, which is the only thing about it. So, what up, Damron? How you living? How old are you? Yeah. How old are you? Okay, you gotta be 18 to be in here. No, 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 no. That's not how it works. No, you gotta be 18 to be in here. And yeah, you got. So the what do you know? So let me go to the master. It says at first. Okay, so it says. The first student get one here at first reading to see how the other students have achieved and what data outside the data they were data and research for economists. You can literally watch my life going back to 10 days every single day, 360 days on the screen. People will continue to learn about it and will eventually have a data support and project. They will have another server. Someone in here will eventually post about what to do on Reddit. That's going to give real estate job. How to live a lot of times here and will then ensure that everyone gets service rewarded and promoted to the book so that all of your money goes their way. You'll be able to start charities, help your friends, help your families. All because of critical risk, I just find it on content. It will be studied by generations to come. It's just a matter of time until the community can shift about it. So there's just like long text. And then it's it fades into another message. It's like here, you can trust your best member, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, please know that we love you around everything that happen to you, we hope to have your success. Set positive vibes in the community. And then it's like logo or go to whatever what you want to um yeah. And so I got this thing to actually like work in an animated way in the Discord. And yes, comment every detail to message me or be a high period. I wish you the best. Period. Yeah. Um, anyway, please make sure we don't talk to each other. Which is always good. And no longer like Rothschild. Yeah, it's a fucked up world where that's like the one normal thing that you can do. Just be nice to people and come up with you, and you're saying, what is like, the fact that I don't like shit on people, or the fact that I don't just like at least in Discord overtly spam, like I'm relatively normal. I'm on camera, like people are just shocked with that. They're like they consider that like doxing yourself. It's like okay, I guess like you can see who I am, but they're shocked by it. They just because it's just not properly done, and I think that it to me shows a really dark world of people. I know that people do all kinds of bad stuff on the internet, and that's why they like their activity. But there's a saying that what happens in the darkness is brought to light. And I think all these people have to understand someday that like maybe it's some type of digital archaeologist. Like everybody's gonna be connected to the data. And just like I said it before, like we look at Pompeii and see like their art and we see their artifacts and we connect that with the families that are there, the same thing's gonna happen. Perhaps 100 or 1,000 years from now, when people look at the very beginning of the internet, and maybe not everybody will have access to it, but there will be a contingent that wanted to know exactly what everybody was doing on the internet and at a given time. And with, many people probably be offline by then, so they won't be able to fight it. But um, I don't know. I learned about this early on in the internet. Early, like probably around the financial crisis in 2008, when I started learning how like the NSA worked, and I knew all about Snowden stuff way before Snowden came out with it, and I knew that there were these like giant um, data centers in the desert that they were just storing all this information. And there's a very interesting thing about the iPhone. Like people think, well, I can remember this ad campaign that Apple did that it was the app that it was just iPhone and it just was like secure or like security or something like that. And it's really not. I mean, you may think that it is, but there's like something called like there's a packet that is sent like every second from your phone. Basically, when your phone's doing like your upload and downloading, you can there's a way to see where all the information is being sent, but there's one packet on every phone that you're not allowed to see. And I've been told that that's basically the opposite of just like bugging everybody's phone, and that's how they get all the data on the phone. That's how they. And I've heard that your camera is always on even when you don't think it's on. Yeah, yeah. Like I can remember Mark Zuckerberg. They said this was Photoshop, but they say something's Photoshop if you get caught doing it. And, but basically, like he was in some meeting, and people noticed that he had black tape over his camera. And like even when you talk about anything like this, they call you some kind of theorist. But it's like, no, dog. I mean, there are people there who witnessed this and talked about it, like, and it just never made the mainstream. But um, I I find it so interesting how they can call you some kind of theorist, and it's like these things were proven true. Like I can tell you, like if you talk about UFOs now, you're not seen as such a theorist anymore. But because it's like become more mainstream. But like 5 years ago, that was the apex theory out there. Oh, I bet you believe in UFOs, and it's like what has changed? And it's basically process that people use. And so I want to come up with my own terms for it. I have a couple pilot lunch in the past, but it's almost like um, you're a corporate movement if you use that term because it's like you're just parroting. There he is. You're just parroting what you see in the media. Riser sent me a thing that was very cool. It was on the history of diesel. So I knew Country Bank of America. I could do it. I have some. Well, didn't you see the warning on the back? Do not use around the logo. Okay. Definitely. Absolutely. It's like a Geiger counter that they send into space with the data on radiation that will just explode. So I appreciate that. I didn't know that my narcissism, I think, is at an all-time high, and I think you need to grow simply from the fact that you made that comment. So I appreciate it. Thank you. I agree. I was looking at it. I was saying right there. All right. So what do I do about it? What do I do about the time? Oh, okay. In YouTube or in Discord? Okay. Yeah, no, I see. Did you send it to Riker? Okay. All right. Speaking of narcissism, if you get your ass kicked and install has been seen in or lesser. All right. So that's what I like to hear. Dude, she sucked. Well, no, you might like her. I just find her to be annoying. She was 8 hours late to the interview, and she talked about all kinds of different things. Yeah, I mean, look, I'll say this. I think that I have a lot in common with her that we think that we're moving to a breakaway civilization and all that other stuff, but she's just annoying to me. Frankly, I don't know why she's so popular. Is the thing. She's a college dropout who basically gets to fuck her, got to fuck Elon Musk, and yeah, that's it. Yeah, and now we have to like her music and shit. I don't really get that. Caspian, please check your map. Play-Doh. Oh. Excellent. Well, I don't know. I guess this is, I don't know. Yeah, here's what fucking annoys me about it. Everybody's so obsessed with this kid X. They named this kid this really fucking goofy. And everybody's like, oh, he's so funny. He's a fucking baby. He's not like Johnny Carson. Anyway, it's just, she's, frankly, it, there's a way to be, there's a way, oh, stop. Oh, Karen. I was distracted. Anyway, there are so many, there are so many beautiful women in the world. I don't know why Elon Musk tries to reproduce. They were partners for years. I don't know. It's just one of these things that it's like, oh, you have a famous person, now you're famous. I kind of got the same from Amber Heard, who also fucked Elon Musk, and it's just like, I don't, dude, they dated for a long time. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think like Amber Heard is hot, but um, I don't know. It's just, oh, what a shot. What a great water bottle. That really, that really fucked him. Hit me. Fuck you both. This is not how I wanted to start. I'm talking shit about Grimes. Well, I did talk shit about you guys. Yeah, well, here's another thing that I don't like about her. Why does she get to go by Grimes? Like, why does she get that name? That's not her name. That's not her legal name. And then she wants to take the letter C? Like, what is up with these fucking people? I don't know. I just. She has, like, they said, like, well, you go by Grimes, but you really associate with the letter C because it's like the constant of the speed of light, and it's also like EGS in Spanish, and all this other just hokey dokey don't understand that. Just because I want to go by the letter, I don't know, A, alpha, or whatever, I mean, doesn't mean that like everybody's got to just absolute dog shit fucking play out there. Got a chance. No. I understand if they're going by an artist like that, but then pick a lane. Like, okay, then you're going by Grimes, but you can't also go by C. It's like she knows that her son gets to go by X, so then she wants to go by her own fucking name. I know that Elon Musk, somebody had E at, or they were just on Twitter, they were the letter E. And when Elon Musk took over, he took that account and just said that the person who had it could not use it anymore. And they tried to fight it, but there's nothing you could do because it becomes the platform. And I get it, why people want to associate with these things. But, what a good shot. In my opinion, though, it's just hipster bullshit. All right, here we go. Here's a great shot. Sight, not. All right, Caspian Sea. Excellent opportunity. Truthfully, I don't. If I doubt it, but have any of you guys ever played just against random people on here? Do you find that they quit very early on? Yeah, it's really that's hilarious. Here's something that I don't like about Rabbi. She's a musical artist. I don't know a single 1%. Not one. Can you guys name a Prime song? Exactly. So why is she at all famous? It's because of who she fucked. And I just kind of think that's just kind of bullshit. That if you're an artist, you should be famous because of the art that you produce, not because of what your ex can do. Now, I know there are people out there who probably think she's extremely talented. I think she's, oh, what the fuck? I blame all of this on that original water pump on the first hole. Right, this would be an amazing shot. You don't have a chance. I'm gonna score it, and you're gonna be fucked. You have to make it. This is a very difficult one, especially with black people. Are you fucking serious? That's the fucking key?
Yeah. And
What? Wait. It, when, yeah, usually the ball doesn't continue to move. That was incredible.
it doesn't.
Right, but you had hit your ball, and his went in the black shit while your ball was moving. I've never seen that. What in the fucking this is horseshit. This is absolute horseshit. But this is not an easy shot. There's actually a way that you can do it, and it's not that. Oh, but he fucking gets fortunate as fuck. He gets fortunate as fuck. Hit his ball, right? Hit his ball. Are you fucking serious? That's alright. This was a practice round. I had my mind on rounds. There he is. There he is. Well, now we know I'm not coming in last. Yeah, welcome, Doug. I was up playing. I played you 5 games in this. I played you 10 games in Uno. Then, like 6 hours went by. We played again. Did you see the invitation that I sent you to? Very cool. That's right. You planned it. It was taken. So, we spent it again. 4 people, 5 holes. It's oh my god. God, you're gonna have to delay that. Why is he going to go first? What is this bullshit? Home home field advantage. Get in the water. That wasn't my shot, dude. Hit the tree and then hit the ball. Dude. Caspian Sea. Water bumping. Water bumping. What the fuck? Why wouldn't you water bump him? Oh, beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Yo, big dog. I think we've already seen him. It was basically Riser's shot off of Caspian Sea ball. It's a dick. Dude, going straight, right? I didn't think anybody was reading that. We're excited to see that. That's yeah. Oh, wow. I'm enlightened. Okay. Go in the water. How the fuck didn't you go in the water? Oh, Rye just had a very difficult shot. But Caspian Sea is gonna fucking make it. You just have to basically make it past good tours. I know we all try to play that noise. There we go. The beach fucks him up. No, Caspian Sea is in the I am as well. Hey, Zoot, name a grime song. Zoot, name a grime song. Zoot, name a grime song. What's your... Thank you. Are you fucking serious? Yeah, of course. Don't get me started on that bullshit. That's what I'm saying. She's like the most famous fucking artist who no one can name their song. Like a single one. Are you fucking serious? No. You fuck me. It fucks over casting to some extent. You probably love it. To some extent. Why is there... Remember that time Zoot went? Living the dream every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. That's me on your neck. Are you okay? Oh, what the fuck was that? Okay, so you must. We're done. How are you? I don't want war anymore, so I live stream my life for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years, going back to the pandemic, to see the death of the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the King, and everything in between. Essentially, I created the world's largest data archive in global history. So you can literally watch my life every single day, every single moment for the past 3 years. And that's a really exciting opportunity for people in the future. It's like a real life streaming show. If you're familiar with that movie. Oh, okay. When are you gonna donate to that little project, my friend? It's about money. I don't have the ability to do that. Yeah, I mean, you're not teaching us anything. If that's very expensive. Okay, well, you can go on my Instagram and see me traveling if you like. Okay, cool, dude. Yeah. Uh, I don't know under which account exactly, but some other accounts. Just type in Rabbi Rothschild in Instagram and just start scrolling through my shit. You'll see. I streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I streamed at the ocean. I streamed in the mountains and desert. Yeah. 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 Pardon? You actually beautiful. It depends what you like. If you like mountains, then Northern California is beautiful. Some aspects of Southern California, if you like the desert, doesn't get much hotter than Death Valley. If you like the ocean, there's 1,000 miles of coastline to enjoy. If you like the glitz and glamour of Hollywood, that's pretty cool. If you like suburbia, Orange County is wonderful. If you like um, just just nice weather in general, this one sucks. So yes, they stream live 24/7, 365. You can watch it on right now 11 different live streams on YouTube. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person I know. And to your point, why don't you just go to war-torn regions? I have plans to do that perhaps in the future once I go viral, but until then, it's a very expensive endeavor. Yeah, somebody told me, yeah, somebody told me about that person. Here's the thing, they're doing it from one stream. I do it from that's incorrect. But that's okay. If he's got documentaries, that's cool. He's not live on 11 different YouTube channels. So how are you guys today? What was your next event? You said that you had almost gotten into a car accident. I'm glad that you didn't. What happened? Is that your oh, I'm glad that you didn't get into an accident. I'm glad that you're okay. They were on the vehicle and we were going in the wrong direction because we couldn't see where they were going and almost killed you, which was very unfortunate. And we hit a ditch. Oh wow. Like a medium. All right. Well, hopefully we can see some improvement in the area. Has been seeing the riser in Utah. How the fuck did you guys let me know? That, all right, here we go. Knock out all the shit. Knock out all the shit. Caspian has 2 wins. I have 1. Riser has 1. Is that correct? I mean, just what we've been playing with before. Stop. You're welcome. I'm playing a game. I'm playing a game with you guys. Miniature golf. Don't hit my ball, dude. Whatever you do. Looks like we're all good. No. You have to make this shot. It's a top. No way, dude. There you go. That's got a chance. That's what I'm talking about. 3, 3, 3, 3. Money, 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 money. I'm not good at this one. I don't know why I got to go first when Riser had to go first the last one. Oh, Zoo, let's see what you got, dude. Oh, Zoo number. Okay. That's it. Captaincy, that's the best shot. Yeah. Oh, that helped him amazing. Yeah. Get there. Get there. Thanks, big guy. What the fuck was that? I find it interesting that the four of us are relatively intelligent individuals with relatively connected to pop culture, and none of us can read our brains. I think that's having a big pussy. Oh, what the fuck? Exactly. Like, that's the thing. When you're having, like, when people know you for shit that isn't your art, that's just tells me that you're not that talented. No way. Zoot is going for an interesting shot. Just fucking. What the absolute fuck? No, it will not. I can already sense that giant zero. The beast like dangerous. Right off of this fucking thing. Oh, what a shot. Are you fucking serious right here? Welcome, Jamal. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. way too hard, dude. Maybe not. Maybe not. That pink shit's difficult. Dude, where is it? Dude, use your spidey senses. Why not? Why would I want to? Oh, so you have a 66% chance to figure it out. Left middle. Caspian Sea almost took away. You're gonna hit the top. Rabbi and Rice have a perfect game. I never can. Get up. Rice has got a chance to beat me. No. Caspian Sea, don't block my ball. Oh, that's a beauty. Dude, dude. Zoot is so shitty at this hole. He always does that. I had a perfect game. This is my first perfect game with 4 people. And I still might not win.
Really?
Yeah, I've never had a perfect game with 4 people. And I still might not win. And I still might not win. Yes! Yes. I guess it's impossible to fully outright lose with a perfect game, but I might not outright win. So no way. I can't believe Riser did not go in on the next Finally. Is that true? Riser. I'm gonna take No fucking way. Jesus. Dude, you fucking. These are lies. I don't believe it. Right, so why don't you give her a fucking performance enhancement? Thank you. They have fun fucking dick. Oh, look at this stuff. Look at, there you go. Whoa, does that help them more than it helps me? Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Hit the thing. Now hit my ball. Now hit my ball. Are you fucking serious? How the fuck did that happen? Hit my ball. Hit the thing. No, that's not it. Alright, transference is got to show. Amazing. I know, I don't know what I was thinking. Yes, it did. Zoot for his first win on a hole. He's got it. Nope. Nope. Up. Up. Nope. Yeah. Zoot got it. Go for it, big dog. Good shot. Get in his way. Dude, he's gonna fuck him. And he's got a clear shot to the hole. Dude, this fucking ball. Catch that thing. Zoot has the lead. And for once doesn't fuck up this first shot. What? Dude, shut up. That's a good shot. Give it to me. No! Wow. There it is. Is that the truth? I don't think it matters. What the fuck? No, it's not the worst. The worst is when it falls in by the water and that windmill and you don't have a good shot. That's the best shot. That's good. This is bullshit. This is terrible. This is that was the grinder shot. Yeah. Is Elon Musk? I can just tell you right now, I already can't stand him too. This is terrible. Do it. Fire it. No. No. Go through the sand. No, 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 no. No, go up. Go up. Go up. Up. If you go up, no. The answer to all of that is no. And that's what I'm saying. Usually, like single name people, there's like Madonna. She just went by Madonna. I guess her name's not Madonna. Okay. But usually they have like thousands of people know. This bitch literally just spread her legs and everybody's gonna be like, oh, not only do you have to know who I am, but you have to know who my stupid one-letter kid's name is. I've heard this thing that Elon Musk something known as like basically he takes X, or he calls him Lil X or whatever, and puts him on his shoulders, and then goes to like political events, and it's supposed to deflect any kind of negative press against him, because it's like, how are you gonna hate somebody if they're trying to look like a good father? But he's got like 11 kids, and like 7 of them hate him. Dude, you could pay every homeless person in the United States $1 million and still have money left over. We looked it up. That's true. No, it is. We looked it up. Riser and I did. In order to give every homeless person in the United States $1 million, it's like $580 billion. So he basically could do that. Billion. Billion. Billion with a B, dude. Well, yeah, 580,000, but I think it's more than that. It's just not that much. Hit my ball. No, it's impossible for you to get it. What the fuck is that? Wow, dude. I've never seen bosses do that. That's not shut. Don't get my ball. Don't get my ball. Riser's got the lead. Nice shot. Actually, giveaway is 2 days from now. No, it's good for it's good for taxes. Are you fucking serious? This is horseshit. Water. Get in the water. You guys go in the water, go in the water, go in the water, go in the water, go in the water. Get him, Riser. Water. Perfect. No way. how much people kill themselves? Right? Oh, fuck. No way. There you go. Oh, that's bullshit. Wow. Rice or automatically wins. Rice or automatically wins.